Are you looking to take your Python skills to the next level? Do you want to learn how to build robust and user-friendly applications? Then you're in the right place. In this tutorial, we'll cover the fundamentals of Python programming and explore the powerful KivyMD framework for building cross-platform applications. By the end of this tutorial, you have a fully functioning finances tracker app that you can customize and expand to suit your needs. And if you like this kind of content, please like and subscribe to this channel. Without further ado, let's get to it. So in the video description, I've left a link to this template folder, right? So this template folder is structured like this. You have this app folder, you have our init.py file, right? So what it is the main window, the main app. So this is where we're gonna put everything. Then we're gonna import all our widgets, all our screens. We're gonna import it in this init.py file. Underneath that one, we have the assets. In our assets folder, we have fonts, and we have all our images, all the images we're gonna be using to create this app. Then we have views. So inside our views folder, we have this home screen, and underneath that one, we have this create screen.py. So what this does is it just creates all our screens. Then I'm gonna show you how this works in a minute. Then underneath that, we have widgets. So this is where we're gonna have all our custom widgets, our custom buttons, custom pop-ups, and other stuff. Underneath that one, we have our main.py file. So this main.py file is the one we're gonna be using to run everything. So I'm just gonna run this. Before I do that, right, I need to open our terminal. Right, inside our terminal, I'm just gonna say pip install KivyMD. So if you don't have KivyMD is just gonna first install Kivy, then install KivyMD afterwards. So I have this installed already, so it's just gonna say requirement already satisfied. So after doing this, right, if you run your main.py file, just gonna get it. Yeah, just gonna get this. There's an empty app with a white screen. So let's start working on the app. So looking at the images on our screen, right? So we have the register.png and the login.png, right? So on these two images, see that our screens are divided into two, right? On the left, we have a logo and some text. On the right, we have forms, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna create one screen, right? Then we're gonna have our forms rotating that same screen, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into our terminal. Then inside our terminal, we're gonna say cd views, right? So in our views folder, right, we have this create screen.py file, right? So what this does is it creates our screens for us. So back in our terminal, we're gonna say Python create screen.py, then auth. So our screen, we're gonna name it auth. So now we can just minimize this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open our app folder, then open the init.py file. Then here we're gonna say import auth and auth from views dot auth import auth. Then just gonna go down, right, copy this, then paste it on top. This is going to be auth, and here is going to be auth also. So now we can just get rid of this. Then we navigate to our views folder, then auth, and we're gonna open our auth.kv file. Right. So if you look at our image, right, you can see that we have a background image, right? Then so what we're gonna do now is inside here we're gonna get rid of this. Then you're gonna say converse dot for, and color RGBA. Just gonna say, and this is just gonna be white, right? Here we're gonna say rectangle, pause going to be self dot pause, and size is going to be self dot size. Then you're gonna say source. So this is going to be our background image. Right, so let's just navigate to our assets, then images. So this is background.png. So here we're gonna say assets, images, background.png. So let's run this. Okay. So if you look at our register image, right, you can see that we have this whitish color on top of our background image. So what we're gonna do here is just gonna copy this from here, and we're gonna paste it down here. So this, we're gonna set it to 0.1. So let's run this and see how it looks. Let's up it to 0.4. Okay, this is looking much better. Right. So looking at our image again, right, you can see that okay, so we're just gonna create two box layouts inside the main box layout. And okay, let's go back to our old.kv file. So you're gonna say box layout. This one I'm gonna say, I give this one a heading, let's say 53 display pixels, and some spacing. I'm gonna set the spacing to, let's say 40 display pixels. Right. Let's just copy this and paste it down here. For this one, I just let's just put a screen manager. Then we're gonna give it an ID of fourth screen manager. Let's just get rid of this. Okay, let's look at our image, right? So on the right side we have a logo and three labels, right? So here, let me just create some space here, some open space here. So here we're gonna say box layout, right? We're gonna say size int, then set it to none, comma none. Then we're gonna say size. So our width is going to be, let's say 200 display pixels, and our height we're gonna set it to 60 display pixels, right? So here we're gonna say canvas dot for, then color RGBA, just gonna set it to white. You're gonna say rounded rectangle, and pause, it's going to be self dot pause, and size self dot size. We're gonna give it a radius. Let's look at our image. Let's set it to 5. Right, so it's going to be 5, 5, 5, 5. Then our source. Let's go to our assets, then our images folder. So here we have logo underscore blue underscore bg.png. So we're gonna say assets images then logo for blue underscore bg.png. Right. Then underneath here we're gonna have, let's just put an MD label. So let's run this and see how it looks. Unknown plus screen manager. Okay, you have an A here. Okay, so we need to set this the left box layout. We need to set the orientation to vertical. Okay, orientation vertical. So let's run this again. Okay, underneath our logo we're gonna put let's just copy this and paste it 2 more times. Right, this one we're going to give it a size and y you're gonna set to 9, and our height we're gonna set it to 20 display pixels. The text is going to be, on my end I'm gonna say here Makuni Technologies product for rights reserve. So you can just put anything you want here, it won't matter. So here we're gonna say font style, we're gonna set it to label, and row we're gonna set it to small. H align, gonna align this to the center. Then we're gonna copy this and we're gonna paste it here. We don't need to align this to the center, and this needs to be medium. I think we need to make this bold also. Then here, let's just paste it here also. Let's make this one 70 pixels. Then let's look at our image. Here it just says welcome. So let's get rid of this. Welcome. Font style is going to be title. Row is going to be large. Need to get rid of this. And bold is going to be true. So let's just run this, see how it looks. Okay. We need to, I think we should put two empty box layouts between this thing and this one, so that everything just gets pushed upwards. So here we're gonna say box layout, and we're gonna put another box layout here. Okay. And this font style should be display, no title. Let's look at our image. Okay, we need to put this whole statement in here. So just paste this statement here. I think I'll just save this statement in I'll put a file in the template folder because when I contain some of the statements we'll be pasting in here. If it's not there, you can just pause the screen and type it out. Just copy the statement on the screen. Let's just run this. Okay. Let me just stretch it out and see how it looks. This is looking okay. I think you should make this statement grayish in color, but let's just leave it for now, right? So underneath here I'm gonna put two screens. Gonna be first screen. The name is going to be login screen. We just copy this. The other one is going to be register. So just put comments here. So register, so that it will be easier to find. And this one, login. Inside the login screen, I'm gonna put a float layout. Right, and inside of float layout, we're gonna put a box layout. We're gonna set the orientation to vertical. I'm gonna say size int. I'm gonna set it to none, none, and size. I'm gonna set it to, let's say, 350 display pixels by 150 display pixels. Right. I'm gonna give it some spacing, 10 display pixels. Padding, left and right padding, we're gonna set it to 10 display pixels. Then our top and bottom padding, we're gonna set it to 40 display pixels. We're gonna say canvas dot and color, say RGBA 1, and we're gonna say rounded rectangle. Our pause is going to be so short. pause. Then our size is going to be self dot size. Our radius going to be 5,5,5,5, right? So we need to give this a position hint so that it will be positioned in the middle of the float layout. So we're gonna say pause hint. Here we're gonna say center x going to be 0.5. Then center y going to be 0.5. So let's just run this. Okay, it's looking good. So if you maximize this, okay, this is looking okay. So let's go down here. Look at our image, right? So we have this label and this label also. Okay, I'm just gonna go up here, copy this, then paste it down here twice. Then here I'm gonna put a box layout, give it an order of vertical and spacing. I'm gonna put it at 10 display pixels. For this one, I'm just gonna give it a height of 25 display pixels, and this one is going to be 35 display pixels. This one is going to be enter your credentials to sign in. Okay. Okay. And the other one is welcome back. Okay, and this one need to change this to title row to large, and this will welcome back. Let's just run this. Okay, this is looking okay. Then we have these two text inputs. We need to get rid of this. Then we're gonna say size int y. We're gonna set it to none, and our height we're gonna set it to 30 display pixels. Right. I'm gonna give it a padding of our left and right padding. We're gonna set it to 10 display pixels. Then our top and bottom padding, I'm gonna set it to 0. Then here we're gonna say canvas dot before color and let's say out of GBA going to be hashtag 8D8A8C, going to be gray. Then here I'm gonna say line, then rounded rectangle. Here we're gonna say self dot x, comma self dot y, comma self dot width, comma self dot height, comma 1. So let me just run this and see how it looks. Okay. Let me get rid of this and say width is going to be 1. Let's get rid of this. Okay, that seems to be the issue here. Okay. Here we're gonna just say give it a spacing of 10 display pixels. So inside here we're gonna put an MD label, right? I'm gonna give it, let's say, size int x, I'm gonna set it to none, and our width we're gonna set it to 60 display pixels. Our text is going to be username. Our font style is going to be label. Raw is going to be small. Let's make it bold. Bold is going to be true. Then here we're gonna put a text field. And give it an ID of username. Multi-line. We're gonna set it to false. I'm gonna give it a int text. We're gonna say username dot. So this text field is, if you open our widgets, where's our widget folder? Let's just minimize this. So in our widgets folder, right now, our text field. So we just excuse me. So this text field inherits from the normal text input, right? So we just got rid of the background color, the background normal, the background active, then we give the case a color, a black color, the foreground color, we made it black also. So let's get rid of this and get back to our output KV file. Let's just run this. We need to change this labels color to gray, so we're just gonna give it the same gray as our line. So here we're gonna say color I'm gonna set it to hashtag AD8A8C. Right. So we're gonna copy this. Let's get rid of this. Copy it from here. So this is going to be password. Here the in-text is going to be user password. Then password going to be true. Then this ID is going to be password. If you look at our image, right, you can see that we have this show password icon, right? So let's go back to our output KV file. Underneath this text field, we're gonna put a float layout, and we're gonna say size int text. We're gonna set it to none. Then our width is going to be self height, right? In here we're gonna put an MD icon button. Our icon is going to be off outline. I hope I have the name right. If password dot password equal to true, else going to be outline. So we need to change this to login password. Then this one is going to be login password, and this one is going to be login username, right? So this is when you're going to say theme text color. We're going to set it to custom, and our text color is going to be HEHA8C. We're gonna give it a position hint. Let's just copy it somewhere. Just hate writing it over and over again. Then we're gonna say on press, I'm gonna say root dot show login password. So this function hasn't been created yet, but we're gonna create it in a minute. So we need to copy this, and we're gonna paste it down here. So we're gonna shift tab this. This is we need to change this to Y. Control Z. This is going to be Y, and this is going to be height. This is going to be 20 pixels. Give it an ID of login error. I need to get rid of this, and then this bold and color. So this one, we're just gonna leave it like this. Here we're gonna put a box layout. me just copy this, then spacing, gonna set it to 10 display pixels. Then this one, let's make it 30. So this is going to contain these two buttons. Then we have a button underneath here. So it's like not yet registered, sign up here. So this is like a link, right? But we're just gonna create it like a button, so that when we press this button, we go to the register form. But if you're already registered, click the button again on the register form, it's gonna bring us back to the login screen. So here we're gonna say button, here we're gonna say background normal, we're gonna put empty quotes. Then we're gonna say background down, we're gonna do the same. Then we're gonna say background color, so this is going to be transparent. Then we're gonna give this size int y, we're gonna set it to none, and our height is going to be 20 display pixels. Our text is going to be, let's check here, not registered, sign up here. Okay, not registered, sign up here. Then I'm gonna give it a font size, which we're gonna set to 9 available pixels. Then font or name, I'm gonna say app dot body. Color is going to be then on press is going to be root dot show register screen. So we're gonna create this function soon also. Underneath here, let's just put a box layout, so that if you have any remaining spaces, right, everything is just going to be pushed upwards. So let's just run this and see how it looks. Okay, so we need to put two buttons here. So looking at our login image, right, so you see we have two buttons here. So these are custom buttons, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to our widgets folder, then open the buttons.py file, right? So in here, that's where we're gonna create our buttons. Here we're gonna say class, so we're gonna call our custom button, just gonna call it custom button. Custom button, so it's inheriting from our button behavior here from kivy.ux.behaviors, import button behavior. And here we're gonna say box layout, so we're gonna import it here. Then inside here we're gonna have icon is going to be string property. Then text going to be a string property also. And so let's copy this, then inside here Then we're gonna paste it here. Here we're gonna say background normal. Just gonna put empty quotes. We're gonna say background down. We're gonna put empty quotes also. You're gonna say background color going to be 0, 0, 0, 0. It's going to be transparent. Gonna give it a size int y, which we're gonna set to none, and our height is going to be 30 display pixels. We're gonna give it some padding. Our left and right padding, I'm gonna set it to 10 display pixels. Then our top and bottom padding, I'm gonna set it to 0. Then we're gonna give it background color. So here we're gonna say canvas.before, then color, RGBA, Inside here we're gonna say hashtag 0096E7. So this is a bluish, a light blue color. Then you're gonna say rounded rectangle. Pause is going to be self dot pause, and size is going to be self dot size. Our radius is going to be 5,5,5,5. Okay. Inside here we're gonna put a float layout. I'm gonna say size int x. I'm gonna set it to none, and our width is going to be self dot height. And inside here we're gonna put an MD icon. Right, so our icon is going to be root dot icon. Theme text color going to be custom. Then our text color going to be white based on the F. Then our position int and x going to be 0.5. Then center y going to be 0.5 also. Then here we're gonna put an MD label. Text is going to be root dot text. Font style is going to be label. Our row is going to be small. Code is going to be true. Then color going to be white also. our role, let's just make it media. Right. So we need to go to our app folder, right? And we need to import this button. You're gonna say import. What do you call it? Custom button. Right. Then you're gonna say widgets dot buttons dot. Okay. So let's go to our import.kv file. Inside our box layout, right? We're gonna paste this. Our icon is going to be, let's look at our login image. Right, so first one we have clear button and the sign in button. Okay. Our icon here is going to be Chrome. Our text is going to be clear. And this one is going to be login. Our text is sign in. So let's just run this and see if we don't have any errors. Okay, so we need to reduce the size of this. So here we're gonna say size int x, which we're gonna set to none, and the width is going to be, let's start with 100 pixels. So to keep these at the center, right? So I'm just gonna add an empty box layout at the start. Then another one at the end. Let me run this again. Okay, this is looking good. Let's look at our login image. I believe we are done with the login screen, so let's start designing the register screen. So I'm just gonna copy everything from here to here, and I'm gonna paste it down here. So this one is going to be already registered, sign in here. Then this one is going to be show login screen, and this one is register icon. Oh, we don't have register icon. Sign up. So let's get rid of this image. This is a pen. Okay. Icon. Let's try count first. So this one, let's just keep this one. Let's just say this one is just error. This one is going to be show password. This one is just going to be password. This one is going to be password. Okay, let me copy this. So this one is going to be password true. Here we're gonna say repeat password. Going to be password 2. Let's look at our register image again. So we have password, username. So okay, we need to copy the username and paste it 4 times on top, right? User password. Okay, let's copy this and paste it here 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go back to the top one. Okay, so the first one was name. Okay, name is going to be users first name. Let's look at our register. Okay, user first name. Next one was surname. Okay. First name. Users first name. Okay, then we have phone. Phone. Users phone number. So this one is going to be email. And it's going to be users email address. Okay. We need to implement the main screen function. So in our auth.py file, right? Define show register screen. Here we're gonna say self.js auth screen manager.current is equals to register screen. So let's copy this, and this is going to be our login screen. Okay, let's go back to auth.kv file. Okay, so this was show login screen. This one is correct. This one is show register screen. Okay, so let's just run this. Okay. We need to increase the height of this one. Let's increase the height here to 580. Let's just get rid of like 50 display pixels. Yeah, this is looking much better. Okay, so let's minimize this. Let's go back to our old.py file, right? So on top here, we're gonna create our show password function. Right? So here we're gonna say show login password. Here we're gonna say if self.ads.login password. Here it's going to be self.ads.password. Going to be false. Self.login password. Okay. And I'm gonna say else going to be true. So we're gonna copy this. So this one is going to be okay. So we're gonna copy this. So this one is going to be password 2. This one is going to be password. So let's just run this and see if it works. So yeah, okay, one works. Okay, this one works also. So whenever we like screen widgets, right, they have like on enter functions, right? So these are functions that are ran whenever the screen is on display, right? So underneath here we're gonna say fine here, right? Then here we're just gonna say pass. Then we're gonna get rid of this. Then we're gonna say self dot here. Right? So what we're gonna do here that every time the alt screen is on display, right? Whatever text we have in our text input is going to be cleared, right? So this is the same function we're gonna call whenever we log in and whenever we press the clear button or whenever we register, so that every time our text inputs are going to be cleared. So here we're gonna say self.ideas dot login username dot text going to be empty. So we're gonna copy this and we're gonna paste it many times. So this one is going to be password. This one is going to be name. It's going to be last name. It's going to be phone. It's going to be email. It's going to be username. And it's going to be password. This one is going to be password 2. information. This one is going to be login underscore error. This one is just going to be error. Okay. So where the button. Okay. So you're gonna say on. Before we do that, I'm just gonna copy this, then Control D, so that I can just add this at the same time. One press save dot here. Right. So let's test these functions. Okay, what seems to be the problem? Login username text. Password. Login username. So let's go to our .py file, right? So let's just comment this out. Then we're just gonna put pass here. Okay, so let's just put some random information here. Okay, this works. This works. So now what we're gonna do is work on the logging in and registering. So for this tutorial we're gonna be using Docker and Postgres. But if you have XAMPP, you can use XAMPP and Postgres also. So what you're just gonna do is you're gonna set up your database in XAMPP. Then I'm just gonna be setting it up in Docker. Then the rest of the commands will be the same. So what we're gonna need is Psycop EG2. I hope I didn't butcher the name. Then the rest you can just follow along. So now I have Docker desktop running, right? So click on our search bar, right? We're gonna write Postgres. So if you look at our search results, right, we're just gonna select this one with over 1 billion downloads, right? That's the one you can trust, right? And this is the official Postgres image. So I'm just gonna press escape because I already have downloaded the Postgres image. So I'm gonna go to images. Then down here with Postgres, I'm just gonna click run optional settings. So here I'm just gonna write 5432. Then here I'm gonna say Postgres underscore user. The value I'm just gonna put empty. Then here I'm gonna say Postgres underscore password. Just gonna put empty 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Then I'm gonna add another variable. I'm gonna say Postgres underscore db. So I'm just gonna call this bin. Then I'm gonna run. Okay. Okay, so here it says database system is ready to accept connection. So now we have a container running, right? So we can just close this and leave it running in the background. So we're gonna open our terminal, and in our terminal we're gonna say pip install for g2. So I already have it installed, so I think it's just gonna say requirement satisfied. Okay, right, so let's minimize this. Inside of FINAP sales template, right, I'm just gonna add another Python file. I'm just gonna say x. I'm just gonna call it x. It says x.py, right? And I'm gonna import type of g2. So right here I've pasted some code, right? What I'm gonna do is I'll just make sure this x.py file is in our template folder, right? So right here we need to run this and make sure that our database is running and we don't have any errors. No password supplied. Okay. So we named the database. We named it Fin. The username was empty. Then the password we say empty 1234567 8. So let's run this. Okay. So now we just need to get rid of this x.py file, right, and return to alt.py file, right? So underneath everything here we're gonna say define login, right? We're gonna say username is equals to self dot ideas dot put the login underscore username. So this is going to check. So let's just copy this. Huh? Okay. This is going to be password. Here we're gonna say if username equals to nothing, or password is equals to nothing, right? Here we're gonna say self dot ideas dot login error dot. Hey, what's happening now? Fill in for required fields. Let's just put an exclamation mark here. And we're gonna say self dot ideas dot color equals to add. So here we put it. Yeah. Now this is correct. Then here we're gonna say else. Then we're gonna say if length password is less than 8. Just copy this. gonna say password to what? We just say password must be 8 characters or more. So let's just create some space here, some working space. Okay. Here we're gonna say else self.ids.login error dot text. So this is going to play our error. Then down here we're gonna let's open our x.py file. So we need to copy these, then we're gonna paste it right here. Then we go back, then we're gonna let's just copy this. So we're gonna paste it down here. So we need to get rid of, let's just up to here. Then we're gonna tape this inside. Let's put it here. And let's just put pass for now. So let's import this. Okay. So here what we can do is let's get rid of this print function. So we're gonna say error. So right here we're gonna create a custom widget. So we're gonna call it warning pop up, right? So we haven't created this widget just yet. So here we're gonna say error dot title is going to be let's say f then you're gonna say error dot open. So we need to go out to our widgets folder, then open our popups.py. So here we're gonna say pass warning pop-up. So it's gonna inherit from our model view. Okay, let's import this. So it's going to have a title, which is going to be a string property. And while we're here, we're just gonna create another pop-up we're gonna use later. So let's copy this and paste it down here. So we're gonna call it confirm pop-up, and here we're gonna add a callback, which is going to be an object property. Here we're gonna say allow none, going to be set to true, right? So in here, so let me just copy this. I'm gonna say background, then background color, I'm gonna set it to transparent. we're gonna put an MD card. And I'm gonna set the orientation to vertical. Then we're gonna say size int. We're gonna set it to none, comma none, and size so here we're gonna say 400 display pixels, comma, then our height, let's just set it to 120 display pixels. We're gonna give this MD card some padding of 10 display pixels and spacing. We're also gonna set it to 10 display pixels. Then we're gonna give this a radius of 5 display pixels. Here we're gonna put an MD label, and the text is going to be root dot title, h align going to be center, font style is going to be label, and row, let's set it to small for now. And if it looks way too small, we're just gonna switch it up to medium. Then I think nah, so underneath there, let's put a box layout, and we're gonna give this box layout a size int y of none, and the height we're gonna set it to 30 display pixels. Right, inside here we're gonna put a box layout, an empty box layout. So we want to push we're gonna put a button in here, so we want to make sure we push the button to the right. And inside here we're gonna say custom button. So we haven't created this custom button just yet. We're gonna create it in a minute. So here we're gonna say size int x, we're gonna set it to none, and the width we're gonna set it to 100 display pixels. Right. Here we're gonna set our icon, did you say close or cancel? Let's just say cancel. Then our text is going to be okay, let's set it to close, and this one let's set it to, let's leave it like this. Then we're gonna say on press. So here we're gonna say root dot dismiss. So this is a built-in function in our model view, right? So what it does, it just closes the model view. So here, let's just copy this. Then on top here, let's paste our confirm pop-up. So let me just copy here. Then I'm gonna copy this. So this one is going to be custom cancel button. This is going to be check. This is going to be, let's just say yes. Okay, fine. Let's just say yes. Here we're gonna say root dot go back self. So this is going to be, let's just say close here. This we're gonna say no. We're gonna change this to 80 and this one to 80. This one, let's just change this one to on release. So let's put some spacing here. Let's put it at 15 display pixels. Okay, so now we need to go to our patch widgets and then widgets folder, then our buttons 5. So we already have a custom button. So what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna copy this and turn into the custom cancel button. Okay, so let's select here, Control C. Here is going to be custom cancel button. Okay, let's copy this. So this is going to be white. This is going to be white also. So here, so let's say 55. So put quad 0, quad 6. Okay. So we need to go to our app folder and to any.py file, right? Let's copy this. Custom cancel button. And then we need to go back to our auto.py file and import this. Okay. So we need to get rid of this pass and we're gonna say SQL is equals to, I'm gonna say select or from users where username is equals to, let's just say %s. Then here we're gonna say cursor dot execute SQL format, then username excuse me, then we're gonna say users is equals to gonna say cursor dot fetch all. Then on dot close. And say if users equals to none, I'm gonna say self.ids dot login error dot text. It's going to be invalid credentials. Dot comma. One is going to be red. And we're gonna say else. So we're gonna say for x in users, right? Our user ID going to be x, then we say password underscore in database. I think this is an index 6. Then you're gonna say password, then underscore is going to be slash live dot 256. So you're gonna put our password, the one we're going to get from our text input, then dot encode, then we're gonna say x digest, right? So you're gonna say password final goes to password. So did we import this? Okay, imported. So here we're gonna say if password in db is equals to password final. So we need to create a JSON file. So now let's just say session file is equals to session.json. Then we're gonna say with open session file, comma this file. So you're gonna say json.dump, right? So we need to import this. Right, then here we're gonna put some curly braces. Then we're gonna say user ID going to be user ID, right? And comma username going to be username. Then you're gonna say comma file. Then you're gonna say md app. So we need to import this. Then you're gonna say get running app dot root that I used. So if you go to our init.py file, right, now app folder, right? So when we did the md get running app, so we are calling this main window, right? And inside this main window we call the screen manager here. So now we put the valid credentials, right? We're gonna switch from our auth screen to our home screen. So that's what the last function we just wrote gonna do. So here we're gonna say else self dot ids dot login error equals to invalid credentials. Here is going to be red and this is going to be color. Okay, so now we don't have anything in the database yet, so we can test if this function is working properly. So what we're gonna do next year is we're just gonna start working on our register function, so that when we put something in the database, then we're gonna check if our login function is working. So you're gonna say define register. I need to type this inside. You're gonna say self. Let's just put pass for now. Okay, we'll just say self dot here so I'm just gonna copy this function. Okay, so yeah, so one is going to be password 2. So here we're gonna have name, self dot igs dot name dot text dot c. Okay, let's open our out.kv file. Password, username. So we have email, one, phone, and last name. Okay, let's go back to our auth.py file. So let's copy this. So this is going to be last name So this is going to be phone, and this is going to be email, right? So here we're gonna say our name is equals to empty, then our first name or equals to empty, or email equals to empty. Let's just put password 2 or password 2 equals to empty. Okay. So here is going to be just error. Okay. Create some space here. So you're gonna say if password not equal to password 2, so we're gonna say password do not match. I'm gonna say else. So when I say self.its.error.text, going to be set to nothing. Okay. So let's push this one up, then type this inside. So we need to get rid of everything in this try block. Then we're gonna take it inside. So here we're gonna say SQL is equals to select one from users where username equals to, then we're gonna say limit 1. Then here we're gonna say cursor dot execute. Then we're gonna say SQL comma username so this needs to be lowercase. Then result going to be cursor dot page 1. Then we're gonna say if result, then we're just gonna copy these two. This one is username already taken. Then here we're gonna say else. So we need to go up here and just copy this. And is also then we're gonna put another gonna say try. So you're gonna say SQL is equals to insert into users. So this is going to be first name, comma, last name, comma, phone, comma, email, comma, username, comma, password. Right? It's going to be value. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we're gonna say percentage s one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then here we're gonna say returning ID. So you're gonna say value is equals to first one is name, then last name, then phone, email, username, and password final. So we need the one that's been invited. Then we're going to say cursor dot execute. I'm going to say SQL comma value. Then we're going to say user underscore ID equals to cursor dot fetch 1 index 0. Then we're gonna say con dot commit not cursor dot commit, then con dot close. Then we need to let's just copy this. Let's say with open. What do we want to do here, right? If you go to our assets folder, right, images, right, we have this avatar.png. So we want to make sure that whenever we register a user, we then assign a profile picture to that user. So here we're gonna say assets images avatar.png comma as file, right? So here we're gonna say image is equals to file dot read. So you're gonna say with open. You're gonna say we need to put this one back here. We're gonna say assets, images, username dot png. As file. Please just say file dot write image. Okay, so we copy this and we paste it down here. So we need to copy this also. Okay. We need to close this. Control Z. We should be able to register the user here. So let's just run this, then we can just start looking for and start fixing errors if we have any. So let me just pull the fine. Okay, sign up. So first name we're just gonna say ASD surname 123 ASD password. Sign up. Okay. So okay. Okay, so you're gonna say on press into the root dot register and then you're gonna say on press into the root dot login. So let's rerun this. Okay. So we need to change this to user and this to post WD. So let me just select here. So this one is going to be post WD, and this is going to be user. Let's go for user. Okay, let's go back to our text editor. So we didn't change this one. That's fine, and this one is fine. So let's rerun it. Okay, so our logging in and registration seem to be working fine. So we need to test the what you call it, the logging in part. So I'm just gonna stop this and rerun it again. Okay, so we call the username ASD and the password was 1234567 8. Let's okay. So our logging in and registration is working fine. So now we need to start working on the home page, home screen. Okay, so if you just go back here, so we need to close this. We don't need this for now. But I need the buttons to try. Okay, so if you open our assets folder, right, then our images folder, look at our what you call it. Let's open overview.png. So what we want to do is we just want to create a sidebar and our nav bar on top here, because everything down here is we're just gonna have different screens just switching. So we're just gonna build this and this, and the bottom part here is just gonna be empty. So let's open our home folder and our one.kv file. So we need to get rid of this org.py file, buttons.py. Let's open this. Okay, so this is already imported. Okay, fine. So we can close this for now. So let's just clean this up a bit. Let's close this. This. There's this also. So we're gonna need buttons.py. Then we're gonna need home.py. I'll put this one here. Okay, so in here we're just gonna get rid of this, then put toolbox layout. So this one is going to have an orientation of vertical, then size int x, I set it to none, and the width we're gonna set it to 120 pixels. We're gonna put some padding So our left and right padding, we're just gonna set it to 0, and our top and bottom padding, we're gonna set it to 10 display pixels. And spacing, we're gonna set it to 40 display pixels. Here we're gonna say canvas dot before, then we're gonna say color RGBA. So we're gonna set this to white. Let's look at our image again. So this is going to be white, and the other side is just gonna have a light grayish color. Okay. So here we're gonna say rectangle pause is going to be self.pause, then size is going to be self.size. Okay, so we need to copy this. So this is going to be main window. This is going to be the sidebar. Okay, so let me just create space here. So we need to get rid of the size index. Then we reduce the spacing to 10. And here we're gonna say RGBA, make it small caps. So this is going to be F5, F5, F5. So we're gonna copy this, then paste it on top here. This one is going to be F1, F1, F1. This one is going to be index 0. Then we'll say -2. This one is going to be self.pause and index 1. So right here, I'm just trying to simulate having a shadow on the right side of the main window so that we can have a clear separation of the sidebar and the main window. So let me just rerun this. Okay. Okay. This looks good. So I think we need to go to the home.py file, right? Then we just make sure that every time we log in, since we're already logged in, we're just gonna stay logged in. Okay, let's open our home.py file. Nah. So we're going to create a splash screen, right? So then in the splash screen, that's where we're gonna decide if we're gonna check if our session.json has a user ID in there. If there's a user ID, it's just gonna log us in, but if it's not, it's just gonna take us to the auth screen. So let's open our terminal. In here we're gonna say cd videos, then you're gonna say python create screen.py flash. Okay, so let's open our app folder. Then I need .py file. So in here we're gonna say import flash dot flash. Just gonna copy this and paste it here. This is going to be flash, and this is going to be flash. Okay, so let's go to our splash folder, then open our splash.py file. So here, right, let's get rid of this. Then you're gonna say log dot schedule once. Then we're gonna say self dot switch. Let's just call it switch. Then we're gonna put 10 seconds here. Then you're gonna say define switch self comma dt. We need to import this from kivy.clock. Okay. So you're gonna say try, then you're gonna say session file equals to session dot json. Then you're gonna say with open session file comma as file session equals to json dot load file. Okay, so we've imported our json file. Fine. Then we're gonna say user id is equals to session dot get user id. Then you're gonna say if user id is equals to let's just say is equals to 0 for now. Then we're gonna say let's open our define. Let's just do this one. MD app dot get running app dot root dot ids dot screen manager dot current is equals to what screen. So let me just copy this. Else is equals to home screen. Then here we're gonna say except then we're gonna say return none. So if you run this right, going to show a splash screen for 10 seconds, then it's gonna switch to our home screen if you are logged in, right? So because when we were registering and then when we were logging, we were writing our user ID to our session.json file, right? So when we finish doing the navigation bar, we're gonna add the logout button. So the logout button is gonna set the user ID and username empty, so that whenever we are logging in, right, whenever you run the app, you are logged out, you're just gonna be directed to the out screen. But when we are logged in, we're just gonna be directed to the home screen. So let's just run this and see how it looks. Oh, we have an empty splash screen. Okay, fine. Let's see if we switch screens. Okay, it switched screens. Wow, I barely noticed it. Okay, fine. So let's just work on our splash screen real quick. Okay, so we're gonna open our splash.kv file. Need to get rid of this. We don't need this. So let's open our assets folder, then our images folder. We have an image here. We have a splash screen here. So this is what we're gonna do, right? So we're going to try and create this. So we have this image, right? So what we're gonna do is gonna create a box layout. Then this we're gonna put the canvas around the rectangle. Then we're gonna put this in the source. Then we're gonna give it a radius of 5 pixels. Then we're gonna put an animated GIF here. Then we're gonna put the statement. So you can put whatever statement you want here. I'm just gonna put a Makuni Technology product for rights reserved. So let's go back to our splashscreen.kv. So we need to get rid of this. So here we're gonna put a float layout. Inside this float layout, I'm gonna put a box layout. And I'm gonna say size int set none, comma none. Then size going to be 100 display pixels, comma 60 display pixels. Give this a pause int. Here I'm gonna say center x, set it to 0.5. Then center y, we're gonna set it to 0. Let's just say 0.6. Right. Then here we're gonna say canvas dot before color, then RGBA. So we're gonna set this to white. Then here we're gonna say rounded rectangle. I say pause self dot pause size self dot size radius say 5,5,5,5. Then source, so we have logo blue BG. So here's going to be assets, images, logo blue BG dot PNG. And here we're gonna put an image. Size int, and I set it to none, comma none. In size, let's just say 40 display pixels and 40 display pixels. Then we're gonna say source. So this is what okay, loading gif.gif. Okay, So here is going to be set images. And let's copy this post then. So this is going to be, let's put it at Word now. Okay. So here we're gonna put in the label. Text is going to be okay. Oh, right. So let's say font style, we're gonna set it to label. So we're gonna set it to small. Edge align, we're gonna set it to center. Color, let's set it to hashtag 888C. Then let's give it a position is 0,05 on the y-axis. Right here, let's say size and y, we're gonna set it to none, and our height is going to be 20 display pixels. I believe our splice screen is looking okay, so let me just run this and see if it's looking alright. Okay, not bad. Okay, fine. So now let's go back and work on our form.kv file. Okay, so let's close this, and this. Okay, fine. So right here, I'm gonna put a box layout. And I give it a size and y. Gonna set it to none, and the height we're gonna set it to 30 display pixels. I'm gonna give it a padding. So our left and right padding, we're gonna set it to 10 display pixels. Then our top and bottom padding, we're gonna set it to 0. And I'm gonna give it some spacing of 10 display pixels. Okay. So in here, we're gonna add an image. So you're gonna say size int x, set it to none, and the width is going to be self dot height. Say source, I'm gonna leave it empty for now. Here we're gonna say canvas dot form. Let's just put the source. So you're gonna say assets images. So we have let's look at our image. So the logo is white in color. So you're gonna say okay, it's logo white.png. Logo white.png. Okay, yeah. Underneath this canvas, we're gonna say color RGBA. This one is going to be RGBA. We're gonna say hashtag 0096E7. So it's this bluish color here, the one we were using on our buttons. So we're just gonna maintain this blue color. Then here we're gonna say rounded rectangle. So pause is going to be self.pause. Then size is going to be self.size, and radius is going to be 5, 5, 5, 5. Right. Underneath this image, right? Okay, let's look it up. So here next to this logo, we have this text. Oh, okay, fine. Let's call it FINAP. So MD label text going to be fin app. So if you have a better name for this, you can just put it. It's fine. Because I have like bad naming. I don't have good taste when I'm naming things. So here I'm gonna say font style going to be title, then raw going to be medium, then let's make it bold. So bold is going to be true. Okay. Okay. So looking at this image, right? Underneath here, we now have a navigation button. So, okay. Let's go back to our home.kv file. Here we're gonna say box layout. We're gonna give it an orientation of vertical, and spacing, we're gonna put it at let's put 5 display pixels. So inside here, that's where we're gonna put our navigation button. So let me just save this and run this. Okay, happening now. So orientation is vertical. Okay, so we need to take this one out. Okay, this is looking okay. So let's get back to it. So we're gonna end this tutorial here. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for the next tutorials. Peace. So last time we left off here, right? So we just made this, right? So if you go to our text editor and open our image, right? Let me just minimize this. So we had made this part. So now we're just gonna add these navigation buttons here, right? So if you go to our home.kv file, right? Underneath this box layout, we're gonna put a navigation tab. So we're just gonna make this custom navigation button soon. So now we're just gonna put it in the home.kv file. Then we're gonna put it in our widgets folder in the buttons.kv file. So here we're gonna say navigation tab. Then we're gonna say let's look if you have an icon here. Okay, we don't have an icon, so we're just gonna say text. Text. This is going to be overview. Then let's look at our image again. So looking at our image, right, our navigation tab, the first one that has a state set to down, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna set the state to down, then the rest we're just gonna leave them set to normal. Then we're gonna give these navigation tabs a group name. We're just gonna call it navigation, so that if we click on this one, right, this one is gonna be, the state is gonna be set to down, then the previous one is gonna be set to normal. Then we're gonna make sure that if we click the navigation that is already set to down, right, it's not gonna turn to normal. So let's go to our KV file. Then here I'm gonna say group, and we're gonna set it to navigation. Then on state, we're gonna say here, let me just put this for now. So here, right, we haven't, if you go down here in our main window, right, we haven't put a screen manager in here. So now we're just gonna leave it like this, but then later we're gonna put a screen manager. Then here we're gonna say home screen. So let me just put it manager dot current. I'm gonna set this one to, let's just say, overview screen. So let me just copy this. So let's look at our image, right? So we have 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so we're gonna paste this 4 times. So now we have 1, then 2 3 4 5. So this one is going to be transactions. This one is going to be counts. This one is going to be categories, and this one is going to be settings. Okay, now down here let's just put a box layout, an empty box layout. So let's navigate to our widgets folder and our buttons. Okay, so okay, let's put it down here. Let's just put a comment. Then you're gonna say navigation tab. Navigation tab. Then we're gonna say class navigation tab. It's gonna inherit from our toggle button behavior. Then we're gonna put a box layout in there. You're gonna have text, which we're gonna set to a string property. Okay, so down here let me just copy these. You just need this. We're gonna need this also. Okay, I'm gonna say size int y. We're gonna set it to none, and our height, we're gonna set it to 30 display pixels. Okay, looking at our image, right? So inside this navigation tab, we have a little bit of padding. So let's go back to our buttons.py file. So here we're gonna say padding, and we're gonna set it to 10 display pixels on the left. Then we're gonna say 0 on top, 0 on the right, and 0 at the bottom. Then here we're gonna say converse dot before color, then RGBA. So here we're gonna say it's going to be transparent if root dot state is equals to normal, else here we're gonna say 0, it's 0, comma 0.788, then you're gonna say comma 0.72. It's I don't know, let's just check it out first, then we're gonna work on it if it's not looking all right. Then comma opacity we're gonna set it to 0.2. Here we're gonna say rectangle pause, we're gonna say self.pause. Then size we're gonna set it to self.size also. Okay, and here we're gonna put an MD label. Our text is going to come from root.text. Let's look at our image. Okay, as we can see here, right, if the navigation tab is if the state of the navigation tab is set to down, right, the text is blue in color, but if it's not, it's black in color. So let's go to our buttons.py. So here we're gonna say let's just put the font style first. Say font style, we're gonna set it to label, then raw, we're gonna set it to small, bold, we're gonna set it to true, then color. So here we're gonna say 0,0,0,1, which is black, if root dot state is equals to normal, else let's say RGBA, here we're gonna say hashtag 96 it's 0096C7. Okay, so let's go to our app folder and we're gonna import this navigation tab. Okay, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Okay, so let's try running this. I hope this works out. We need to reduce this the amount of time this splice screen takes to switch screens. We're just gonna reduce it to maybe 4 seconds just for the purpose of this tutorial, so that we can make everything faster. So here, let's click here. Okay, home screen manager is not defined. Okay, fine, let's go to our home.kv file. So this one we're gonna set the state. This one is going to be down, so this one is going to be settings, this one is going to be This one is going to be accounts. This one is going to be transactions. Okay, so let's go to our box layout, right? So here, let's put a screen manager here. I'm gonna give it an ID of home screen manager, and in here I'm gonna put how many screens is it? Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, name is going to be, first one was overview screen. So let's copy this and we're gonna paste it 4 times. This one is going to be settings screen. This one is going to be categories. This one is going to be accounts, and this one is going to be transactions. Okay, let's open our splash screen folder. Okay, we'll set the time to 10. Let's set it to 5. Okay, close this. So let's run this and see if we don't get any errors. Okay. So navigation tabs are working properly. But if you look here, right, if we press this, right, so this one is just the state has been set to normal. So what we're gonna do is make sure that if we set this one the state to down, right, if we double click it, we don't set the state to normal again. So if we go back to our text editor, right, to our buttons.py file, on top here, let's just put it right here. So you're gonna say allow no selection, and we're gonna set this to false. So let's try it out. Okay, so now we can click this as many times as we want. The state is gonna remain set to down. Okay, let's go back to our text editor. So let's go back to our home.kv file. Okay, so let's look at our overview.png, right? So on top of this, on our main window, right, you see that on top we have this user image, then we have welcome, then this is some dummy data, then on the right we have this logout button. So what we're gonna do is let's go to our home.kv file. On top of the screen manager, we're gonna put a box layout. We're gonna set the height. I'm gonna say size int y. We're gonna set it to none, and our height, we're gonna set it to, let's say, so we need to set it to 30 display pixels. We're gonna put some spacing of 10 display pixels, right? So here we're gonna put a box layout. So we're gonna say size into X, we're gonna set it to none, and our width, we're gonna set it full. our width is going to be self dot height. Here we're gonna say canvas dot before color, then RGBA, I'm gonna set it to white. Here we're gonna say rounded rectangle. Here we're gonna say let's put a radius of self dot height. Size, I'm gonna say self dot size, then pause, I'm gonna say self dot pause index 0 minus 2, then we're gonna say self dot pause, then we're gonna say 1 minus 2. So what we're gonna do here, right, is we're gonna sort of create a shadow. So this is gonna have a shadow effect. So let's just copy this and paste it here again. This one is going to be a self dot pause. So let me just say here, then you're gonna say source. So this is going to be our image, right, our profile image or a user avatar. So you're gonna say root dot avatar. Alright, so let's open our home dot py file with our home dot folder. Okay, here on top here we're gonna say avatar is equals to a string property. Here we're gonna say let's open our assets folder and our images folder. So we have avatar.png. So here we're gonna say assets images avatar.png. Let's go back to our home.kv file. Okay, so underneath here, let me just create some space here. So here I'm gonna put a float layout. I'm just gonna copy this. So this is where our login button is going to be. Then here I'm gonna have an MD label, but for now I'm just gonna leave it empty. So let me just run this and see if our first box layout is looking out. Okay, so we need to give this some padding. So let's go up here. Okay, so let's get rid of this. So this should fix our padding issue. Okay, let's go back to our text editor. Okay, so here this is going to be RGBA, then when I say F1, then on this label, on this MD label, when I say text. I'm gonna say welcome. Let's add a comma here, some space, then plus here we're gonna say root dot let's just say user. Then here we're gonna give some font styling. I'm gonna say font style going to be label, row going to be medium, and bold going to be true. Okay, here we're gonna put an MD icon button. Our icon is going to be logout. Gonna say you're gonna say theme, text, color going to be custom, and text color is going to be hashtag HD8A8C. We'll give this a position hint. I'm gonna say center X. I'm gonna set it to 0.5. Then center Y, we're gonna set it to 0.5. So this is going to be at the center of the float layout. Then we're gonna say on press, it'll be root dot logout. So we haven't created this function yet, but we're just gonna create it in a minute. Okay, so let's get rid of this spacing and run this. Okay, what seems to be the problem now? Okay, this should be 0. I hope that's the issue. Okay, what else now? Root.user. So we don't have root.user. Here we're gonna say user is going to be string property. So for now, let's just say, I'm just gonna say Tanaka picture. So let's run this again. Okay, this is looking all right. So let's just create this logout function first, then we're gonna worry about other things. Okay, so let's minimize this. Minimize this. So let's go to our widgets folder and our popups.py file. Okay, so we have a confirm pop-up. Be fine. So let's go to our home.py file. So underneath here, we're gonna say define logout. So here we're gonna say logout is equals to confirm pop-up, right? So we're gonna say logout dot okay, so we imported it from our widgets.popups, import confirm pop-up. So you're gonna say title is going to be, are you sure you want to log out? You're gonna say logout dot callback going to be self dot logout underscore callback. Here we're gonna say logout dot open. So underneath here we're gonna create the logout callback function. So here we're gonna say logout callback. Here we're gonna say self star bugs. Then we're gonna say here we're gonna say session underscore file is equals to session dot json. So let's just open our auth folder, then our auth.py file. So let's just look for where we wrote something to our session.py file. Okay, so let's just copy this function, Control C, then our home.py file. So we need to get rid of this. Okay, so here we're gonna paste this here. So okay, we need to import our JSON. Import this name, import JSON. This one here we're gonna control D this and put 0 here. Here let's control D this, get rid of it, then just put empty quotes. We need to import this MD app. So here we're gonna say import from KivyMD.app import MD app. So this one is gonna, let's just say auth screen here. So what we're gonna do here is when you call the logout function, right, it's gonna give us a pop-up, and if we say yes, this pop-out what the pop-out is gonna do is gonna call this logout callback function, and inside this logout callback function, right, it's gonna write in our JSON file, right, it's gonna put 0 on our user ID and our username is going to be empty. So in our splash screen, right, let's open our splash screen. We said if the user ID is equals to 0, then our MD app is gonna take us to the auth screen. So that's what we just did here. So what we did is we set our user ID to 0, then this is gonna take us to the auth screen. So if you close the app and run it again, right, our user ID is going to be 0. So the system is gonna take us to the auth screen. So whenever we log out, next time we run the app, the system is always going to be logged out and it's going to take us to the auth screen, right? So here on enter function, so what we want to do is we need to read from this session.json file, right? Then after we get the information, then we're going to populate these two variables. So here we're going to copy this, then we're going to paste it here. This one is going to be an R. Here we're gonna say the first one is user is going to be gonna say session dot get username. This is going to be self dot, then our session is going to be JSON dot load file, like this. Then we're gonna say self dot avatar is equals to here we're gonna say assets images, then we're gonna say session dot get dot png. Okay, this should be session so since we used double quotes here, so let's put single quotes here. Okay, now the error is gone. So let's just run this and see if this works. Okay, so now our user is now ASD, right? So let's go back to our, let's get rid of this and let's get rid of this. Okay, so I believe our home screen is working properly. So let's just run it again. I want to check something. Okay. Are you sure you want to log out? Yes. Okay. Let's try logging in again. And our password was 123456778. Oh, so our Docker container is not running. So let's just run our Docker container and we proceed to making our, what's the next screen? Okay, so we're gonna make the overview screen, then we're gonna start from the bottom. We're gonna create categories, accounts, then transactions, then finish up with settings. Then we're gonna make sure we fix the importing from our CSV file. Okay, so now we have our Docker desktop running, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna click here. So okay, so when we made our container, right, we didn't give it a name. So what Docker does, Docker desktop is it's just gonna give us a random name, right? So I'm just gonna press this one because that's the last container that I made. So I'm just gonna click here. So let me just open it. Okay, your database system is ready to accept connection. So now I'm just gonna close this. So now that we have Docker running in the background, right? So we're gonna create our overview screen. If you look at our overview.png, right? Our overview screen is going to contain two vertical box layouts, and the first box layout is gonna have 4 box layouts inside of it. The orientation is going to be set to horizontal. Then underneath that we have box layout. That's where we're gonna have our graph. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open our terminal. Then inside our terminal we're gonna say cd views. Then inside that we're gonna say python space create screen.py, then overview, which is going to be the name of our screen. So what this does is it's going to create our screens for us. Okay, screen overview created successfully. So let's open our views folder. Okay, so here we have our overview screen. So before we start working on it, we need to open our app folder and open the ini.py file. So underneath here, I'm gonna say import overview, then space views dot over dot overview. So okay, let's open our home folder, then our home.kv file. So we're gonna change this from screen to overview, right? So let's open our overview.kv file. So just to see if we didn't make any errors, we're just gonna put a button here and we run the system. Okay, so let's sign in. Our username, we just said ASD, right? So here, then the password was 1234567 8. So let's sign in. Okay, so our overview screen is working fine. Now we have this button in here. So now let's get rid of this button and start working on our overview screen. I'm gonna go back to our text editor and get rid of this. So let's look at our overview.png. So let me just minimize this so we can just see the image more clearer. Right here you see that we have two vertical box layouts, right? So we have this small one here and the larger one here. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna create two box layouts. Then we're gonna work on the top one, which has 4 box layouts inside first. So if you go to our overview.kv, right, underneath here we're gonna put 2 box layouts. So let me just duplicate this, right? Here we're gonna say let's give it a size int of, let's say, 120 display pixels. Size int y, which we're gonna set to none, and the height we're gonna set it to 120 display pixels. We're gonna give it some spacing of 10 display pixels. Then this one we're gonna give it an orientation of vertical. So the first one we're not gonna give any orientation because the orientation is going to be, like, by default box layout have an orientation set to horizontal. So in the second box layout we're gonna give some spacing of 10 display pixels and some padding of 10 display pixels. So right now let's just create some space here so that we can work on the top part. So inside here I'm just gonna put a comment here. Then let's look at our image. So the first one is accounts. So we have accounts, expenses, income, and balance. Okay, so here we have accounts. Let me just copy this and duplicate it. Accounts, then expenses. So this should be income and balance. Okay, fine. So underneath the account comment, right, I'm gonna put a box layout. And this box layout, we're gonna give it an orientation of vertical. I'm gonna give it some padding of 10 display pixels and some spacing of 10 display pixels also. So if you look at our image, right, you can see that the account box layout is white. It has a background color of white, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this white background, right? Then we're just gonna put a thin line underneath here on the left and on the bottom part. So it's gonna simulate a shadow, but what this is supposed to do is just to make the box layout just pop out a little bit more. So let's go back to overview.kv. So here we're gonna say canvas dot before, then we're gonna say color RGBA. So this is going to be 101,1,1,1. Then this is going to be a rounded rectangle. The pause is going to be self dot pause, and the size is going to be self dot size, and our radius is going to be 5,5,5,5. So let's close this here. So let's just copy this, then paste it on top here. So here we're gonna say you're gonna put these square brackets, then you're gonna put 0, then -2, comma, then you're gonna say self dot pause and index 1, then let's say -2, and here let's say RGBA hashtag F1 F1 F1. So let's run this and see how this looks. Okay, so we can see that on the bottom here, you can our box layout really pops out, so we can really see it. So let's go back to our text editor. So underneath here, we're gonna put a box layout, because if you look at our image, right, we have these two in the same. So what do we have here? So we put this box layout, we give it a orientation of vertical, right? So we're gonna put a box layout. I think we're gonna give it a height of 30 or 40 display pixels. So it's gonna contain this icon here and a label here. Underneath that one, we're gonna put a label which is gonna contain this number, and underneath that we're gonna put a label which is gonna contain this date range. So here we're gonna have this one is going to be a box layout, and this one is going to be a label and a label. Okay, so we're gonna give this box layout size int y, we're gonna set it to none, and our height we're gonna set it to let's say 30 display pixels. We're gonna give this some spacing of 10 display pixels. I'm gonna put a float layout here. We're gonna say size int x. We're gonna set this to none, and width we're gonna say self dot height. So it's going to be the size of our height. So it's gonna be a square. So here we're gonna say canvas dot before. So you wanna give it a background color. So here it's going to be RGBA. So let's give it a background color the same way you used to create a shadow, right? So here it's RGBA. Okay. Here it's going to be hashtag F1 F1 F1. Then we're gonna say rounded rectangle. I'm gonna say pause equals to self dot pause, and then size going to be self dot size. Then our radius, we're just gonna maintain the same radius for everything. We're gonna say 5,5,5,5. Then inside this float layout, we're gonna add an MDE icon. So our icon is going to be, let's say let's look at our image. So this is let's try account. We're gonna say account, then theme, text, color is going to be custom. Then here we're gonna say text, color we're gonna set it to hashtag, then we're gonna put 6 zeros, so it's going to be black. Then here we're gonna say pause position ends. So here is going to be center X. We're gonna set it to 0,5 comma. Then center Y, we're gonna set it to 0.5 also. Then here we're gonna put a name D label. Our text is going to be, let's look at our image. So our text is going to be account. Accounts, then H align. So we're gonna align this to the right. Then our font style, let's put label. Let's see. Let's put title here. Then row, we're gonna set it to medium. Okay, so it's bold. So we're gonna set bold to true. Then underneath this box layout, let's put an MD label. So I'm just gonna copy everything in here, then paste it in here. Then I'm just gonna duplicate this one again. Let's see. So I think we need to get rid of this bold here. Then here we're gonna say small. This is going to be a label. So here what we wanna do is if you look at our overview.png, right? So this is some date range, right? So what we can do is we can make sure we get this from our overview.py file. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna say root dot let's just say date range, right? Then yeah, let's make this one large. Then this one we're gonna say, so yeah, this is going to be the number of accounts that we have in our system, right? So what we're gonna, so it's going to be an integer. So here we're gonna say str, so we're gonna convert this to a string. So here we're gonna say root dot accounts. So we don't have these two variables just yet. So let's go to our overview.py. Right here we're gonna say accounts is equals to, it's a numeric property. So let's import this. Okay, so we imported this from kivy.properties. So here let's just put up 0 as a placeholder. So let's duplicate this. So we have 4 box layouts, okay? But here we're gonna paste it 3 times. So let's just paste the 5th time for our date range. Right, so this is going to be string property. So here, okay, let's look at our image. 25, okay. So here we're gonna say 28 January 2025 dash. So this is going to be 28 Feb 2025. Okay. So here, so what do we have here? So we have expenses, income, and balance. So since these are amounts, so they're going to be floats. So let me just copy, Control D, Control G, Control D. Okay, so this one is going to be expenses, income, and this is going to be balance. What else do we need? I think we're gonna need a user ID. So this is going to be numeric property also. What else are we gonna need for now? So let's go to overview.kv, right? So yeah, I think we need to give this a size int y. We're gonna say size int y. We're gonna set it to none, and our height we're gonna set it to 30 display pixels. So let's just copy this and we're gonna paste it here. Okay, let's type this inside and we're gonna paste it here. So then this one is going to be 20 display pixels. So let's get rid of this here, because if you see, like, this one is already in this box layout, and this box layout is already set to a height of 30 display pixels. Right, so let's try running this and see if we don't have any errors before we go any further. Okay, seems like we have an error. For large, where do we have large? Yeah, so this one should be in lowercase. Okay, so now we need to duplicate this 3 more times. This one is looking a little bit different from the one we have here. Looking a little bit different from this one. So what we're gonna do is let's go back here. Let's look for icon. So here we're gonna say dash outline. so that should fix the problem. So what we're gonna do, let's copy from here to here. Okay, so we're gonna paste this one here. This one is gonna say expenses. This one is gonna say root dot expenses. Our date range is gonna remain the same. Our icon, let's make it cash dash minus, and the color, let's just say 0 1 comma 0 comma 0 comma 1. So this is going to be red. Let's paste this one here also. So this one is going to be income. This one is going to be income. Our icon is going to be cash plus. Color, I think we should add green. So this one is going to be 0 comma 1 comma 0 comma 1. Then we need to paste this again. So this is going to be just cash, and the color here, let's make it blue. So here is going to be 0 comma 0 comma 1 comma 1. Then here we're gonna say balance. This is going to be balance. Okay, so if you look at our image, right, on expenses, income, and balance, we have a dollar sign there. So what we're gonna do is let's go back to our let me just make it full screen. It's much better. Okay, so here we're gonna say root dot currency, and we're gonna say plus. So we haven't made this one yet, but we're gonna make it so in a minute. Let me copy this here. Here also, let me paste it here, and here. So let's go to overview.py. Here we're gonna say currency equals to string property. So here I'm just gonna put a dollar sign. Now let's run this. Okay, this is looking much better, but I think we need to change this color to gray. Right, so let's look at our overview PNG first. Okay, so this one is gray in color. So let's go to our overview.kv. So let's select these here and just Control D and Control D, then front. So you're gonna say color. This is going to be hashtag let's say 8D8AAC. So let's run this again. Okay, this is looking much better now. So let's go back to our overview.kv. Let's get rid of this spacing. Right. So inside this box layout, right? Okay, let's first look at our overview.png. So we have this here. So this is like a label. Then this is a period. So this is saying select time period. Then we have current and previous. So, and these are the color codes for our graph. So here we're gonna put two box layouts. inside the main box layout. So the main box layout is going to have an orientation of vertical. So let's go back to overview.kv. So the first box layout, I'm gonna say box layout, and our orientation is going to be vertical, and our spacing is going to be 10 display pixels. I'm gonna put some size int y, and we're gonna set it to none, and our height we're gonna set it to 30 display pixels. And underneath this box layout, we're gonna put another box layout. Then we're just gonna give it an ID of transactions plot. Okay. Inside this box layout, we're gonna put an MD label. Then we're gonna put a text. We're gonna give some text. Our text is going to be transactions. Then our font style is going to be title. Row is going to be medium, and bold is going to be true. Let's look at our image again. Okay, so we have this box layout. This is an MD label, an MD label, an MD label. Then we have this. This is like a drop down button. Okay, let's go back to our AV file. Here let's just copy this, make everything simpler and faster. So here we're gonna say, I think this is a label. Then row is going to be small. Let's get rid of this bold. So this okay, this is period. Okay, Control D, period. Let's put this then we're gonna add some color. So this is going to be, let's just put AD8A8C. And we're gonna give this a width. So you're gonna say size int x, gonna set it to none, and the width, let's set it to let's say 55 display pixels. Okay, so looking at our image, right, next to this label we have this. So this is we're gonna have to create a custom drop down button. So for now, let's just put this label, this color, this label, and this color. So if you go to overview.kv, so here we're just gonna copy this and paste it here. So this is going to be, let's look at our image. The first one was current and the next one was previous. Okay, so let's paste it again here. So this is previous, and this current. Okay, so here I'm gonna put a box layout. Let's say size int x, we're gonna set it to none, and our width is going to be self.height. Then we're gonna give it some padding. Let's just put 10 display pixels. Then inside here we're gonna put a box layout. So we're not gonna put anything, you're just gonna give it background color. So it's going to say canvas.before color RGBA. So here we're gonna say RGBA pin codes hashtag 0096C7. Then you're gonna say rounded rectangle. Pause is going to be self.pause, and the size is going to be self.size. So you're gonna say radius. Let's put self.height for now, and if it's not looking okay, we're gonna change it later. So let's copy this and paste it underneath here. So the other one, let's just say Control D, FF, and 4 zeros. If it's not looking okay, we're gonna put 4 sixes. So let's run this. I seem to have an error. Rounded rectangle. Okay. Okay, what seems to be the issue now? I need to get rid of this. This should be horizontal. Okay, this is looking okay. So we need to give this background color of white. So what we're gonna do is let's just go to the top one, right? Let's copy this here. And paste it here. So let's tab it properly. Okay, so let's run this again. Okay, now it's looking much better. So now we need to put this custom drop down between these two labels here. So inside our text editor, right, we're gonna navigate our widgets folder and our buttons.py. So here, right, we're gonna say class. I'm just gonna call it custom drop down because I'm not good at naming things. So if you have a better name for this widget, we just use that one. So this is gonna inherit from let's just put a box layout. And inside the box layout, we're gonna put a spinner inside of it. Let's make this a float layout. So here we're gonna put some text. So our text is going to be some string property, and we're gonna put our values. Our values are going to be a list property. Right. Then here inside our KV, let's just put this here first. Let's copy this. Then in here, we're gonna put a float layout here. Now we already made this a float layout, so let's get rid of this. So let's put an MD icon here. Our icon is going to be, let's say, chevron down. I'm gonna say theme, text color. I'm gonna set it to custom. Then our text color is going to be 8D8A8C. Then our position int. Here we're gonna say center X. We're gonna set it to 0.1 and our center Y, we're gonna set it to 0.5. So what this is gonna do, right? So it's gonna be positioned towards the left side at 0.1% of the whole custom drop down widget. Then underneath here we're gonna put a spinner. Right. So I'm gonna say text going to be root dot text and values going to be root dot values. I'm gonna say sync width going to be true. Then sync height is also going to be true. Our font size going to be, let's set it to 11 scalable pixels. Then font underscore name, we're gonna set it to app.body. What else can we add here? I'll say option. Then here we're gonna say factory.sp. So if you open our init.py file, right? So this one sp inheriting from spinner options. So this one you're gonna find it in the template folder in the init.py file. So this is how the options are gonna be displayed when you click on our spinner, right? So let's go back to our buttons.py, right? So here we're gonna say background color, we're gonna set it to transparent. Then we're gonna say background normal. We're just gonna put empty quotes here. Let me just copy this and paste it. Then this one is going to be background down. Then we're gonna put some position in here. So let me just copy this here. But this is going to be 0.5, or center X is going to be 0.5. Let's give it some color. So here we're gonna say color. So let's just maintain this gray color. So you're gonna say hashtag AD8AAC. Okay, so let's go to our init.py file. We need to import this custom navigation, custom drop down. So let's just copy this here and paste it here. So this one is going to be custom drop down. So let's go to our overview.kv. So next to this period here, okay, we're gonna say custom drop down. So let's say size int x going to be none, and our width, let's set our width to, let's say 170 display pixels for now. Then we're gonna say text is going to be select date range dot dot dot, then values. So let's go to our overview.py. I'm just gonna copy this, then I'm gonna paste it here, then I'm gonna say comma and paste it there again. So this one is going to be Feb, and this one is going to be March. So let's give this one an idea of date range. So let's run this and test it out. Hope we don't get any errors. Okay. We need to increase the size of this custom drop down button. So let's increase it. Let's just put 260. 260 should be fine. Okay. So now what we need to work on is the graph that's gonna appear here, and make sure these ones are, when we add categories, accounts and transactions, right, these are just gonna be ready to just update. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna open our overview.py and start working on the back end of this thing. So let's go to overview.py. So here, let's open our terminal. Here we're gonna say pip install. Okay, I'm making a lot of typos. Pip install numpy, scipy, matplotlib, kivy_garden, kivy_garden.matplotlib. Let me check for, okay, matplotlib. So let's just run this. So I already have these installed, so mine is just gonna say package already installed. This, okay, requirement already satisfied. Okay, but on your end, if you don't have these packages installed, pip is just gonna install these packages. So from here, let's continue. So let's open here. Here I'm gonna import import numpy as np. I'm gonna say from scipy dot interpolate import make interp spline. Okay, then I'm gonna say import matplotlib dot pyplot as plot. Here we're gonna say from Kivy garden.matplotlib dot backend KivyMD import figure canvas KivyMD as FCK. I hope I didn't butcher the spelling here. From Kivy garden not backend KivyMD. Okay, so let's minimize this and start working on everything else. So underneath here we need to add our variables, the ones we're using to connect to our database. So you're gonna say host name, not bad, but I just wanna do it the way I just did it before. So you're gonna say host name is equals to localhost. Let's copy this, paste it 3 more times. So the last one is going to be port. So our port was 5432, and this one was our password. It was passwd, and our password was mt1234567 here we have user. Our user was mt, then database. We named our database bnap. Okay, so now I think what we need to do is we need to fetch our user ID from sessions.json like we did in our out.py file, so that we can use that user ID to fetch information on our accounts, expenses, income, and balance. So here we need to create a function. So here we're gonna say define, let's call it get user ID. Here we're gonna say we're gonna put a try catch block here. So here is going to be session file, going to be session.json. Then we're gonna say with open session file as file, right? You're gonna say session equals to json dot load file, then self dot user ID is equals to session dot user ID is equals to session dot get user ID. Then here we're gonna say except file not found error, then we're just gonna return none. So what this is going to do, right, is going to get the user ID and put it in this user ID, right? Then underneath that one, we need to get our accounts. We need to get the account straight from the database. What we're gonna do here, we're gonna say define. Let's call the function get total accounts. Here we're gonna say con. So let's open our auth.py. So we can just copy some stuff here. Okay, let's copy this. So let's import this. We need to create some space here. So here we're gonna say try. Then I'm gonna say SQL is equals to select all from accounts where user ID is equals to percentage S. Then here we're gonna say cursor dot execute SQL comma, put on this one in brackets, a string. Then inside the string we're gonna put self dot user ID. And I'm gonna say accounts is equals to cursor dot fetch all. Then we're gonna close our connection. And I say self dot accounts is equals to the length of accounts. Then we're gonna say what is auth.py? Okay, so let's just copy this here. So we need to import this. I think we shouldn't get any problems with this one. Okay, so we're just gonna copy this and paste it down here. So this one is going to be get total expenses. Here we're gonna say expenses is equals to 0. Now we're gonna say select all from transactions where user ID is equals to and type is equals to, so here is going to be expense. What do we need to change here? So this needs to be result. I need to get rid of this. So let's just get rid of this, because we're just gonna close the connection at the end either way. So let's just get rid of it now. Yeah, let's say for X and result, we're gonna say expenses plus or equals to, let's make this a float, or float of X and 7, if I'm not mistaken. Then we're gonna say self dot expenses is equals to expenses. So then if let's say we don't connect to our database or anything, so you're gonna say, let's say we have an error of some kind, right? So you're gonna say self dot expenses is equals to 0 here. So let's say if you look at an ATM machine, right? So if let's say you don't have you try to withdraw something and you don't have insufficient funds, right? So the system is not gonna break, it's just gonna throw you an error, but then it's gonna keep running. So that's what we're trying to simulate here. So that if there's an exception, let's say we don't get any data from the database or we don't connect to the database, we're just gonna get a warning pop up on our screens, right? But then the self-built expenses is just going to be set to 0. Okay, so now we need to copy, let's get rid of this spacing. Then we're gonna copy this, paste it down here. This is going to be income. This is going to be income. Yeah, I think everything is now fixed now. We need to change this to get total income. Okay. This is looking okay. So now we need to say define get balance. Excuse me. Here we're gonna say self dot balance is equals to self dot income minus self dot expenses. Okay, so underneath this function we're going to put another function. So this one is going to be show transactions chart. So what we're gonna do, right? So this function you can call it like with this what you call it, on enter function, right? But usually when you're trying to call matplotlib charts in Kivy, right, you're just gonna have to call the kivy.clock function. So we're just gonna say clock.schedule once, then we call the function. So what we're gonna do here is once we have self in here, we're gonna say dt delta time delta, or let's just say star args. Then in here, right, so we're gonna say x is going to be an np array. So the thing is this, right? So our system doesn't have any data, any transaction set. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna put yummy data. So This process is going to take a little bit of time. So here I'm just going to say 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18, 14, 15. You guys are going to have to forgive me for this one. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So let's just leave it at 28. So we're gonna copy this and paste it underneath here. So this one is going to be, the other one is going to be transactions. So now what we're gonna do here is just gonna be adding random numbers wherever we can just put them. So that because if we just leave it like this, right, our graph is gonna start at the bottom and going steadily upwards to the right side. So what you're gonna do here, maybe you're gonna say 11, you're gonna say 42, 63, 4, you're gonna say 53, 62, and let's just do this. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, let's say 200 is going to be 28. Going to be 275. So we're just putting some random numbers. So let's make this one 115, just like this. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna say x underscore smooth. So now what we're trying to do here is we're trying to make the line, the plot line, just to make it smooth. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna say x smooth, we're gonna say equals to np dot line space. Then we're gonna say x dot min comma x dot max. Then I'm gonna say 200, yeah. Okay, what seems to be the issue here. Okay, it's done. Then here we're gonna say transactions underscore smooth is equals to make interp spline. Then here we're gonna say x comma transactions. Then here we're gonna x underscore smooth. Okay, I need to get used to this keyboard ASAP. Then you're gonna say plt dot figure. Then when I say 3 comma big size going to be 6,4. Let's give it a DPI of 100. Then we need to close this. Then we're gonna say plt.clf. Here we're gonna say AX is equals to plt.gca. and we're gonna say ax dot signs, and we're gonna say top dot set underscore visible, then it's going to be false. So we need to copy this and paste it 3 more times. So this one is going to be right, this is going to be left, and this is going to be bottom. And here we're gonna say plt dot read so our color is going to be hashtag EA. Then our line style, let's just put these 2 dots here, comma, our line width, let's set it to 1, and then x is going to be y. So let's just put this in quotes. So here we're gonna say plt dot plot. Here we're gonna say x smooth, comma, transaction smooth, comma, color going to be hashtag let's say 007 ACC. I think this is sort of like a red bluish color, light bluish color. Then our line width is going to be 1, and our marker size is going to be 2. So now let's look at our image. So if you look at our image, right, we have this sort of like shadow thing under our plot line, right? So let's try create that before we just load this to our box layout. So let's go to our overview.py. Okay, so here we're gonna say plt dot fill between, and here we're gonna say x underscore smooth, transaction smooth, then color is going to be this hashtag 007 ACC. Oh, excuse me, now I'm starting to lose my voice. Then you're gonna say alpha. So this is, we're gonna say, this is more like opacity. So you're gonna say 0,08. So now let's make sure this thing, now we can be able to put it on our into our box layout. So you're gonna say plt dot y text font size going to be, let's say 9, and the color, I don't think we really need this, but let's just put it here. We're gonna say hashtag 555555. So now we're gonna say self.ids dot transactions, I believe we called this one transactions plot. So you're gonna say transaction plot dot clear underscore widgets. Then here we're gonna say, let me just copy this, then get rid of this clear widgets. Then here we're gonna say add widget. Then you're gonna say fck plt dot gcf. So let's try running this and see if this worked. Let's stop. So after making these functions, right, we didn't call them. So right here we're gonna say we need to get rid of this. So here we're gonna say self dot get user id, self dot get total accounts dot get total income, self dot get total expenses. Then here we're gonna say clock dot schedule once. We need to import this from kivy.clock. So here we're gonna say self dot, what did we call the last function? Get transactions chat. So we're gonna paste this, then comma 0.1. Excuse me. So let's run this and see how this looks. Okay, so it seems as if we have an error. So let's just open this. Okay, error cannot import line star from site by special. So let's just go back to our last function just to make sure everything is okay. Okay. So I'm going to start from the top just to make sure. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So now I'm here. I'm just trying to check. I'm going line by line. There's nothing wrong with these ones. So the issue was here. So where did we use this one? I don't see where I messed up here. Okay, seems as if we have another error here. Excuse me. Database FINAB does not exist. We just used it. Okay, so let's open Outlook Pi, right? So our database is just fin. Okay. So here, let's get rid of the airport and rerun this. Okay. So our plot is looking like this. So I believe we can start working on the other window, on other screens. Yeah, let's try maximizing this. Okay, this looks good. Okay, so now I think we can first create categories, then create accounts, because this two we're just gonna be taking the category names and account name. But these two are going to be required when you're creating transactions, because we need to, let's say we add a transaction, we need to select the account and we need to select the category. So let's move on and create our categories. Okay. Let's go to our terminal. Here we're gonna say, okay, we're already in our view, so let's just press up again. So now we need to say categories. We just replaced the overview with categories. Okay, categories created successfully. Now let's minimize this. Let's go to init.py. I need this overview. I say import categories, views dot categories dot. Okay, then our home.kv, we need to change this to categories. Need to get rid of this overview.png. Let's go to our assets, images. We have categories here. Okay. Let's minimize this. Need to get rid of this. Okay, so let's leave auth. So let's remove overview. We can leave this one here. Let's get rid of this. Let's move this one here. Okay. So looking at our image, right? So our categories, we have this we have a label here, search bar, and this add new button. Underneath that, we're gonna have this table. So let's go to our what we call it, categories.kv. Okay, so here we're gonna add some padding, right? And we're gonna put some padding of 10 display pixel. Here we're gonna say converse dot before, then color RGBA. Here we're gonna say RGBA here we're gonna say hashtag F1. Then we're gonna say rounded rectangle. We're gonna say size to use self dot size, and pause going to be self dot pause -2, comma and this one is going to be 1. Then our radius going to be 5, 5, 5, 5. So we need to copy this and paste it underneath here. This is going to be 1, 1, 1, 1. So this is going to be white, and we're going to get rid of this and see how it looks. Okay, so let's open our categories. Okay, so this is looking okay. So let's go back to our image. So we need to create a box layout, horizontal box layout that's going to contain this label, this search box, and this add new button. So let's go back to our categories.kv. I'm just going to drag this and put this at the end here. Come on, what's this now? Okay. So here I'm going to say box layout. I'm going to say size int y. I'm going to set it to none. And our height, I'm going to set it to 30 display pixels. I'm going to give it some spacing of 10 display pixels. Underneath there, I'm just going to put an empty box layout for now. Inside this box layout, I'm going to add an MD label. And when I say text, the text is going to be 30 40s. The font style is going to be title raw. I'm gonna set it to medium, and bold going to be true. Underneath this MD label, I'm gonna put a box layout. Then we're gonna give this box layout some padding. Here we're gonna say 10 display pixels for the left and right side. Then let's say 2.5 display pixels for the top and bottom. So let's close this. Then we're gonna give this some spacing. We're gonna give some spacing of 10 display pixels. Then I'm gonna say converse dot before. So if you look at our image, right, you can what's wrong with our image now? And get rid of this and open it again. Categories. Okay. So this search box, right? We have a line surrounding it. Then we have an icon. Then we have the text area. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna create this line first, then add this icon, then add this text here. So let's go back to our categories.kv. So here we're gonna say color, then RGBA. We're just gonna maintain our gray color. This is going to be RGBA. So here hashtag 8D8A8C. Then here we're gonna say line. So here we're gonna say rounded underscore a rectangle you're gonna say self dot x comma self dot y comma self dot width comma self dot height comma 1. Then you're gonna say width underneath, you're gonna say width, and it's going to be 1. Then inside this box layout, I'm gonna put a float layout. And we're gonna say size int x, we're gonna set it to none, and our width is going to be self.height. Inside this float layout, we're gonna put an MD icon. So our icon is going to be magnify. Then when I say theme, text, color, when I set it to custom, then our theme text color, then our text color going to be, we're going to maintain the gray color again. So 8D, 8A, 8C. Let's give this some position hint. So pause hint. So center x going to be 0.5. And center y going to be 0.5 also. Then next to this MDI float layout, we're gonna put a text field. Then we'll give this an idea of search. In text is going to be search dot in a multi-line is going to be pose and the font size is going to be 11 scalable pixels. Then underneath the main box layout, we're gonna put a custom button. Our icon for the custom button is going to be plus. The text is going to be add new. Then size underscore int x, I'm gonna set it to none. And width, I'm gonna set it to 100 display pixels. I hope this is not too much. And on press, so this is what's gonna happen when you press the button. So for now, we're just gonna say root dot open add model. So we haven't created this function yet, so we're not gonna press this button, otherwise system is gonna break and gonna stop running. So let's run this and see if this works, and if we don't have any errors. Okay, so let's open our categories. This is looking good. So let's look at our image again. So underneath that, we have this table head and the data underneath it. Now table data. So let's create this. Then gonna work on the table tabs. So let's go back to our categories.kv. Here, let's put a box layout. Then I'm gonna give it a size int y of none, and our height, which we're gonna set to 30 display pixels. I'm gonna give this box layout some spacing of 10 display pixels. Inside here, I'm gonna put an MD label. Our text is going to be category. Text color going to be AD8A8C. Then font style going to be label. Raw going to be medium, and bold I'm gonna set it to true. Underneath this MD layout, we're just gonna put a box layout. And this box layout, we're gonna give it a size int x. Which we're gonna set to none, and width, which we're gonna set to self dot height. Excuse me. So let's look at our image, right? So here, right, we're gonna have our categories being displayed, right? So let's say we have a lot of categories to be displayed, right? So we need to make this scrollable. So here we're gonna put a scroll view, then we're gonna put a grid layout. So everything else is gonna be displayed in grid form, but our grid is only gonna be displaying one at a time. We're not gonna have like anything displayed horizontally. So let's go to our categories.kv. Inside the glass box layout, we're gonna put a scroll view. Then we're gonna say size int y, set it to none, and our height going to be self dot parent dot height. And inside here, we're gonna put a grid layout. Then we're gonna say cos, then 1. Let's give this an ID. So our grid layout is gonna have an ID of categories underscore list. Then we're gonna give this a size int y, which we're gonna set to none, and our height, which we're gonna set to self dot minimum height. Gonna give this some spacing. So all our categories are gonna be spaced. They're gonna receive some spacing of 10 display pixels. So to avoid having like scroll bar just ruining the outlook of the system, what we're gonna do here, we're gonna say bar underscore width. I'm gonna set it to 0, and bar color underscore color, and set it to 0,0,0,0. So let's just run this and see if we don't have any errors. Okay, so now let's work on the category file and make sure everything is running well. So let's go back to our text editor, minimize this, and this categories.py here. So we need to open overview.py file. We need to copy a few things from there. So let me just create more space here. So we need to copy this, and we're gonna paste it underneath here. Here we're gonna need a user ID. So user underscore ID equals to numeric property. Let's put a 0 just so as a placeholder. Then you're gonna say we're gonna need categories. Okay, and this is going to be list property, right? Let's go back to our overview.py. So we need to copy this, and we need to paste it here. What else do we need? We need to actually copy the function itself. Okay, so on top here we're gonna say self dot add category, and this one is going to be an empty list. So let's duplicate this. Okay, let's paste it again. So this one is going to be update, and this one is going to be delete, and we're gonna set this to none. Okay, we need to import this. Import. Okay, so let's go back to overview.py. So we need to copy this function here, get total expenses, and we're gonna paste it underneath here. So here it's going to be get categories. We need to import this. We need to copy this, and we need to paste it down here. This one is going to be select stuff from categories, and we need to get rid of this. So, and we need to get rid of this also. So here we're gonna say data is equals to here we're gonna say ID going to be X 0 and name is going to be, I believe it was the third index, not sure. So where we ended last on the last tutorial, right? We just made the category tab and the account tab. So what we need to do now is we need to navigate to our views folder, then open categories folder, then the categories.py, right? So if we scroll down here, you can see that we need to import this category tab. So just gonna import it from widgets.tables, import category tab. So now we have it here. We need to try and run this and see if this is working, right? So we don't have okay, let's fix something here. We need to get rid of this. So if we run this, right, we're not gonna get anything in our categories data table, because we don't have anything inside our categories table in our database. So let's just run this and see how this looks. If you don't get anything, that means you don't have an error. So let's go to our categories screen. Okay, so we don't have anything here. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna work on this button. So what I'm thinking is if we click this button, we're just gonna have like a model view. We're just gonna position it to the right side. Then we're gonna use that model view to add our data and update our data. So let's go to our text editor. Right. Let me just check if we have this. We have an image of this inside the assets folder, right? So we have category add. So let's open this image. Okay, so this is what we're gonna try and create. Yes. Let's navigate to our widgets folder and open our models.py file. So down here we're gonna say class, we're gonna call it category model, and this is going to inherit from, let's just, okay, do we have a model view? Okay, we already have it. So this is gonna inherit from a model view. Then inside here we're gonna have an ID. This is going to be a string property. Then we're gonna have the category name. This is going to be a string property also. I think we should have a variable we're just gonna call close. So what this is going to do is whenever we try to add or update something, right, we're just gonna send data to this variable, and once this variable gets disturbed or receives something, it's gonna close our model view. So I'm just gonna call it close, and it's going to be a string property also. Then I'm gonna add a callback. This is going to be an object property. Inside here, I'm just gonna say allow none is equal to true. Then I'm gonna say, so if you are going to update this category model, if you're gonna use it to update our categories, right, I'm gonna say on name, right? So whenever this variable name is populated, we're gonna do something. So right here I'm just gonna say define on name, right? Self here we're gonna say instance, then we're gonna pass on the name. Inside here I'm just gonna say self dot ids dot name dot text is equals to name. So we don't have this I'm just gonna, let's look at our image first. This input, this text field, right, with an ID of name, we don't have it yet. but we're just gonna create it. So let's just do this for now. Okay, let's look at our image again. So we have name. Now we have a label which says add category. Then we have this button. So what we can do is, like, when we're updating or adding, we can make sure that this button, we can just change it to update when you're updating, and when you're adding, just add. Same as this label. So if you go to our model view, we can just do this whenever we call the name function on the, or when you do the define on name function. So here I'm gonna say our label. I think let's just call it model title. So you're gonna say self dot IDS dot model title dot text is equals to. So since our category model, we're gonna say add category. So this is going to be update category. Then our button, let's just call it model button. Self dot IDS dot model button dot text is going to be update, and the custom buttons we made earlier, they have an icon. So we just say model button dot icon. We're just gonna use the update icon. So okay, so now let's work on the close function. So here we're gonna say define on close. So here is going to be instance, here it's going to be close. Then here we're just gonna say self dot dismiss, right? So since our category model and our account model are going to be similar, right? So I'm just gonna copy this and paste it underneath here. Then I'm gonna change this to account model. So I'm just gonna put some separation here, just gonna put some comments. So this is going to be account model. So let me just copy this and paste it up here, and this is going to be category model. And let me paste something down here. So this is going to be transactions model. So let's go to our builder.log string, and we're just gonna create the category models inside here. So let me just copy this and paste it here. So here I'm gonna say background. We need to make this small cap. So background. I'm just gonna put empty quotes. Here I'm gonna say background color. I'm gonna put 0, 0, 0, that's transparent. Here I'm gonna put an anchor layout here. Inside this anchor layout, I'm gonna say anchor X. I'm gonna anchor everything to the right side. Inside this anchor layout, I'm gonna put a box layout. I'm gonna give this box layout of vertical size int x. I'm gonna set it to none, and our width I'm gonna set it to let's say 350 display pixels. So depending with the pixel density of your screen, right, you might as well play around with this display period, the number of pixels I'm gonna be using here. We're just gonna be playing around with them so that they suit your screens better, right? I'm gonna give this some padding, this box layout some padding of 10 display pixels. Spacing, I'm gonna set it to 40 display pixels, and I'm gonna say canvas dot for. So here I'm gonna give it a white background. Here I'm gonna say color RGBA. I'm gonna say 1,1,1,1. So this is white. Here I'm gonna say rectangle. Here I'm gonna say self. This is going to be size, self dot size. Then this is going to be pause, self dot pause. So okay, we need to check if this is looking okay, and there's no way to check this now. So let's go back to our categories.py and see if we can make it pop up. So underneath here we need to add a function. Define, let's call it open add model. So when I say add category is equals to category model, so we need to import this. So okay, here it is. So we're gonna import from widgets.models, import category model. Underneath here when I say add category dot go back is equals to self dot let's call the function add category. So we don't have this function yet, but we're just gonna create it. Let me just create it right now. Define, Control V, self. Here it's going to be instance. For now I'm just gonna put pass because I'm more worried about checking if our category model is looking okay. So here I'm gonna say add category dot open. Right. So let me put some separation here. So I'm gonna say open models. So while we are at it, right, I'm just gonna create the open update model. So here it's going to be open update model. So this is going to be update category, but this here we just inside here we're gonna add instance. Then in here when I say update category dot id. Let's look at our models.py file. Okay, so we have an id and we have a name. So let's go back to our categories.py. So our id we're gonna say is equals to instance dot id. Then let me just control D. This one is going to be name. So we need to create, let's put some separation here. So this one is going to be add. This one is going to be update. So we need to copy this. They define, then we paste this here. This here as itself. Okay, on one instance. Then I'm just gonna say pass here. So let's look at our categories.kv. Let's minimize this. Okay, categories.kv, and let's look for a button. Okay, so it's open add model. Okay, fine. Let me just control C this and paste it here. So I'm just gonna run this. Let's go to our category screen. Okay, so our categories model is looking okay. So let's continue working on it. Okay, models.py file. So inside this box layout, right? Let's look at our image. Looking at our image, right? On top we have a label and an icon. So this is our close icon. Then underneath that we have a text field, then some space where we're gonna put our error messages. Then we're gonna add a button. So if you go to our models.py file, right, underneath here we're gonna put in box layout. And we're gonna give this some size int y, which we're gonna set to none, and the height we're gonna set it to 30 display pixels. We're gonna give this some spacing of 10 display pixels. Inside this box layout we're gonna put a name the label. We're gonna give this an empty label an ID of let's scroll down here and we give this okay, our ID was model title. Okay, let's get back here. Our ID is called model title, and then this and excuse me, underneath this model title, let me just put my phone on vibrate real quick. Sorry about that. So let's proceed. Underneath this ID we're gonna put some text, and our text is going to be add category. Then now we're gonna give this the label font style of title and raw going to be medium, and we're gonna give this just gonna make the text bold. So bold is going to be true. Then next to this MD label, we're gonna put an MD icon button. But first, we're just gonna put a float layout. Then we're gonna put the MD icon button inside the float layout. So this float layout, we're gonna give it size int x of none, and the width is going to be self.height. Then inside you're gonna put an MD icon button. We're gonna put an icon of close. So this is going to be an X, exactly like it is in this category add.png. Okay. Then we're gonna say theme text color. We're gonna set it to custom. Then text color. So we're using for gray colors, we're using 8A8C. So we're just gonna maintain that one. So here we're gonna say AD8A8C. Then we're gonna give this a position int. I'm gonna say, okay, let's put this one inside these curly braces. So here we're gonna say center X. I'm gonna set it to 0.5. So this is we're setting it at the center going horizontally. Then here we're gonna say center Y. So now we're just gonna position it at the center going vertically. So this is going to be 0.5. So here we're gonna say on underscore press, say root dot dismiss. So this is a built-in function inside the model view. So whenever we press this icon, our model view is supposed to close. So let's run this and see how this looks. Okay, categories, and okay, this one is appearing at the bottom, so we need to fix this and make it appear at the top. Okay, this is working all right. So let's proceed. So underneath this box layout, the main box layout, we need to add a box layout. So we're gonna give this an orientation of vertical and spacing of 10 display pixels. So we are going to be maintaining 10 display pixels as spacing and padding for a lot of these things in this tutorial. Then underneath here, we're gonna put a box layout. So let's go back to our image. So when we created this model view, right, we gave it some padding of 10 display pixels and some spacing of 40 display pixels. So when we added the first box layout, which we added an MD label and this icon button, right, underneath that box layout, we have some spacing of 40 display pixels. Then we created another box layout, which we're gonna put this name here and this text field. But then inside this one, we are using 10 display pixels. So these are we have 40 display pixels for this first box layout and the second box layout. But inside the second box layout, we're gonna be using 10. So underneath this first box layout, inside another box layout, underneath that one, we have an MD label, which we're gonna use to display our errors. Then we're gonna have This actually looks small. I think we're gonna need to up this to 40 display pixels or 35 display pixels, and we're just gonna do the same for our auth screen, but we're just gonna update our auth screen and our register screen at the end. For now, let's proceed. So let's go to our models.py file. So this box layout, we're gonna give it a size in y of none, and the height we're gonna set it to 30 display pixels. Then here we're gonna give this some padding. So we're gonna put 10 display pixels for the left and right padding, but the top and bottom padding we're gonna set it to 0. So here it's going to be 10 display pixels, comma 0. Then we close this. We're gonna put some space in here of 10 display pixels. Then we're gonna say canvas dot before. Here it's gonna be color RGBA. So here we're gonna say RGBA. Let's look at our image, right? So right now we need to create this box around our label in our text field. Okay, so here is going to be hashtag HD8A8C. And here it's going to be line, and this is going to be rounded underscore rectangle. This one is going to be self.x, comma self.y, comma self.width, then self.height, comma 1. Then we're gonna say width is equals to 1. So let's just run this and check if it's looking okay. Okay. Let me put an empty box layout underneath this box layout, so that we get everything is just gonna appear, so that this box layout is just gonna push everything upwards. Okay, let's go back here. Inside this box layout, we're gonna put an MD label. We're gonna give the size int x. We're gonna set it to none, and the width, let's set it to 50 display pixels for now. Then if it's too small, we're just gonna adjust it. So that we're gonna give this some text of name, then font style. We're gonna set these to let's say label, and row is going to be medium. Let's look at our image. Okay, so the name is actually bold and it's gray in color. So let's say bold equals to true, and color to the hashtag it's 8D. Then underneath this MD label, put a text field. I'm gonna give this text field an ID of name, Then we're gonna say multi-line, set it to false, and int text. I'm gonna set it to let's say name of category dot. So if you have a better way, you let's say category name, or you can just use that. It's still fine. So you can just with this whatever we're doing in this category to suit whatever you like. So okay, underneath here we need to put an error label. So here we're gonna say MD label. So here we're gonna say give it an ID of model error. So we need to be able to update it from our excuse me, from our Python code. So we're just gonna give this an ID, and we're gonna be using this ID to update the MD label. So here we're gonna say size int y. We're gonna set it to none, and height we're gonna set it to, let's set it to 20 display pixels. Then we're gonna give this some font styling of label, and row going to be small. Then we're just gonna say h align. So we're gonna align this the text that's gonna be showing up as errors. We're gonna align it to the center. Okay, underneath here we need to put a box layout. So we're gonna say size int y. We're gonna set it to none, and height we're gonna set it to. So when we were making our old screen, we were setting the height to 30 display pixels, but here we're gonna set it to 35 display pixels. So that let's say if someone is usually using a touch, right? Let's say they have touch on their laptop or whatever. It's gonna be easier to use the touch, the pressing and everything, because the buttons won't be too small. So here we're gonna say we don't need to set some spacing or anything. So inside here, let's put a box layout. So this box layout, right, we're just putting it so that we need to push the button to the right, like it's done on this category add.png, right? Because so the parent box layout, every box layout comes out with orientation set to horizontal by default. So that's why we didn't set any orientation here. So underneath this box, the empty box layout, we're gonna put in a button. So we created a custom button, right? So we're just gonna use it again here. Custom button. Let's give this an ID. Let's check here. Call it a model button. Okay, paste it here. So our icon is going to be, this one is going to be plus. Text going to be add size int x. Set it to none, and our width we're gonna set it to 100 display pixels. Then on press we're gonna say root dot callback root. So this function is gonna call this callback function here, and this callback function is going to call something inside our categories.py file. So when you pass the root inside the callback, right, so we're going to pass this whole category model inside the callback, so that inside our categories.py file, right, you can access the name. So when we're adding, right, you can be able to fetch the name from the category model. Then we're going to add it inside our database. So I believe excuse me, our model view, let's just test it before we copy it and use it to create our account model. Okay, I think we have an error. This should be closing parentheses. Okay, categories, add new. Okay, so this is looking okay. So we need to copy this, select here, C, put some separation here. So this is going to be model. So let's paste everything here. The Control V. So here we say add category, so it's going to be add account. Name is going to be name of account. Okay, this is going to remain the same. Here, this one is going to be date account. So let's go back to our categories.py. Let's see. Okay, so let's go to our add category function, right? So we need to get rid of this pass here. So let's say name here. So I'm gonna say instance dot ideas dot name dot text, right? So inside this name variable, right, so we're gonna fetch the instance. So remember when we created this this callback function, right, when we were saying root.callback, we're gonna pass the root, right? So we're gonna pass this as an instance, and inside the add category, right, we're just gonna fetch the name ID from the instance, and we're gonna assign it to this name variable, right? So down here, we're gonna say if name is equals to empty, we're gonna say instance dot ideas dot coded model error dot text is equals to, let's just say filling or required field. So this is more like a form validation, but for the sake of this tutorial, we're not gonna be doing a lot of form validation. I'm just gonna put this one just to make everything simpler. But then so if our name variable is not empty, right, I'm gonna say else, right? We're gonna say instance dot close is equals to, let's just say close. We're just gonna pass this string there. So remember our models here, right? When we created this close variable, right? So we said that whenever this close variable is disturbed, right, So here it's gonna be disabled when you pass the close string. So what it's gonna do after it's disabled, right? It's just gonna dismiss. So if you go to categories.py file, right? So after the form validation is done, right? The instance.close function is gonna close our model view, right? But after it closes our model view, I'm gonna say self.add category. We made this one when we started creating our categories. Where is it? This also. So here it is. So we're gonna pass the name inside this add category list. So here we're gonna say self.add category is equals to, and here we're gonna say name. Then here we're gonna say add underscore category equals to confirm. Yeah, we created it. Confirm pop-up, right? Okay, here it is. So you're gonna say add category dot title is equals to you. So you want to add this category. Then we're gonna say add category dot callback is equals to self dot, let's just call it add category underscore callback. Then you're gonna say add category dot open. So let me just copy this function here and create it below this add category function. So here I'm gonna say define, then I'm just gonna paste this here. Inside you're gonna be self comma star odds. Then here I'm gonna say name. So name is going to be self dot we need this one, add category. So we only have one item inside the add category list, right? So this is just going to be, name is going to be at index 0. So now we need to create the try block, right? So that we can be able to add the information to our database. So here let's just say on equals to cycop e2 dot connect. So let me open our auth screen. I'm just gonna copy some information. Auth dot py, and go to the top. So I'm gonna copy these. Oh, we had already copied it before. Okay, it's fine. Let me just copy this. Okay, we need to get rid of this and this. Get rid of this also. So here it's going to be values. Here we're gonna say values is equals to string. We're gonna say self dot user ID comma and we're gonna pass in our name also. So we need to change this to insert into categories. So this is gonna be inserting inside our user ID. We're gonna put our user ID, comma, and our category. Here we're gonna say values. Here then here we're gonna say percentage s, comma, percentage s, yeah, just like this. Let me just go over it. I think everything is okay. We're gonna be able to add our name here. So after adding our name, we should call, what did we call it? Get categories. So that whenever we are done adding something, right, we're gonna call this function and we're gonna be able to populate our table. So let's just paste it here like this. So let's run this and see if we can add something into our categories table. Okay, first let's fill in all required fields. So it's black, it needs to be red in color. Name is empty. So this is going to be color. This is going to be red. Okay, let's rerun this. And okay, now it's red in color. So our first category, let's just say traveling. Let's just say traveling. So let's add this. Are you sure you want to add this category? Yes. Okay. We didn't say con.commit. So you say con.commit, and let's try again. You wanna say traveling. So let's add is no attribute, delete category. Delete category. Okay, let's go upwards. So we added when we're adding our categories, right? Our category tab is this delete category function. So what we're gonna do is so see this one. Then say ov self comma instance, then pass. So let's rerun this. I believe we're gonna have one data entry in our data table. Okay, so now we are traveling here. So let's go back to our text editor. So to avoid getting more errors, right? So let's just finish working on this delete category function. So underneath there, just put some separation. So this is going to be delete. So what we're gonna do here is let's put some space down so we can have space to work with. We're just gonna get rid of this pass. We're gonna say self dot. So we create, when we added this add category, we also added delete category. So self dot delete category, we're just gonna say is equals to instance dot id. So we're just gonna get the id of our data entry. Then underneath here we're gonna say delete category is equals to let's just copy this. Let's type it properly. So D Control X, D Control X here. Get rid of this. So you want to delete so D Control C. Here I'm gonna say okay. So formal star args. So this is not going to be add category callback, but delete category callback. Then inside here we need to copy this. Get rid of the spacing here. So this one is going to be excuse me, delete from categories where id equals to percentage s, and our values are going to be self dot let me just copy this, self dot delete category believe this is working all right, so let's test it out. Okay, are you sure I want to delete this category? Okay, why did this delete some? Okay. Let me just run this again. I want to see if the self.get categories has an error, or because there was a problem with the delete function. Okay, so it deleted, right? But then it didn't update. Let me try putting, okay. Let's go back up here. Get category. Okay, so let's try setting a self dot what did we call it? We called it self dot categories. So D Control C. So here we're gonna set it to an empty list, right? So that whenever we have new data in there, so we're only gonna have the new data then this one categories is going to be false. Okay, so let's run this and see if this worked. Category screen. So okay, this is working okay. So let me add something. Here I'm gonna say ASTFT add, and let me add something here. Say okay, traveling. Then I'm gonna say good. Then this is going to be, let's say, sales. So let's delete the first one. Okay, so now this is working properly. So now let's work on updating this. So if we click this, right, if we created our functions properly, this is gonna fill out our model views for us. So let's click this. Okay, traveling. So after here, right, if you want to say traveling, if you click this button, right, it should be able to update for us, but we haven't set up the update function yet. So let's go to our text editor, then we can set this up. So where do we put our update? Okay, this is update. So what we can do is we can just copy this here. Okay, and get rid of this pass. So it's going to be update and date. Are you sure you want to update? Update. Okay, but now we're gonna need an, so to update our category, we're gonna need an ID. So here we need to say ID equals to instance.id. So here going to be ID let's just, and we change this to ID and we change this to index 1. Okay, I think this should be fine. So we need to copy this and paste it down here. Let's go up here. So this is going to be, let's just get rid of this whole statement here. So this is going to be update categories set categories equals to %s where ID equals to %s. So this here is going to be ID and name. So this should be fine. So let's run this. Okay, let's open our categories. So let's update traveling. So let's put a Z here and update. You sure you want to update this category? Yes. Valid syntax. Line one update. Set category. Okay. Close. Let's get back here. Update category. Set category where. So we need to, let's control D, then control X this, then we're gonna put the ID at the end because we said category, right? So we need to add the category first and the ID because we need to put the where last, right? So, let's run this and see if this works now. Okay, categories, everything. Okay, put a Z here. 8, yes. Okay, so we have a Z here. So let's just put a just do the right thing and just get rid of the Z. So 8. Okay, so now I believe we can start working on the accounts, right? So these search bars, we're just gonna sort them out at the end. So let's create our account screen. So what we need to do is we don't have it. So let's open our terminal. So here we're gonna say ed views, then inside here we're gonna say Python create screen.py, then we're gonna call this accounts. Okay, we made a typo here. Okay, screen accounts created successfully. Okay, so let's minimize this. So we need to navigate to our app folder, and inside our need.py file, yeah, say import accounts views dot accounts dot counts, right? So let's open our home folder and the home.kv file. So this is going to be counts, right? Let's get rid of this image. So let's open our accounts folder, then accounts.kv. Okay, let's go to our categories.kv. So let's just copy everything up until here. Control C, let's go to our accounts, then paste everything down here. So here we're gonna say accounts list. So this is going to be account, and this is going to be accounts. Okay, so let's get rid of this and this. We're just gonna need these categories and account file. So let me just run this and see if our KV file is working properly. Okay, accounts. Okay, fine. So let's go to our categories.py and we're just gonna copy everything from here. Then we're gonna go to accounts.py, then we're gonna paste it down here. So we need to import this. Okay, let's go back to our categories.py. We need to see. We need to get rid of this line. Okay. Let's import this. If video property is numeric property, okay. This also. So let's control D this, and we're gonna change this to add count. This one, control D everything, update count. This to delete account. Get this, so this is going to be get account. User ID. Import. Okay, so this is going to be import JSON. Going to import this also. Import cycle P2. Categories here. So this is going to be accounts. This is going to be the same. This is going to be count tab. So let's import this. This is going to be on. This is going to be on accounts. So this. So this is going to be account. Need to import this confirm pop-up. Delete category. So this is going to be delete account. Okay. So this is going to be, we call it account or account model. So let me just check here. It's account model. Okay. Fine. So let's import this. Import. So this is going to be add count. This is going to be update count. So this is going to be add account callback. And this is going to be update account callback. this is going to be delete account callback. So let's just run this and see if it's working. Okay, accounts, add new, let's say checking. We should enter this account, yes. Okay, yes, now it should be. Let's go back here. Okay, let's go up here. Update account, set account. Okay, this is fine. Set into accounts, user ID, account. Okay. So what's going to be the problem now? Okay. So we called our table and account. Okay. This shouldn't be a problem. Okay, we need to change this to accounts. So let's run this and see if we're still gonna get some problems. Okay, so if you look at our overview, right, so we already have one account accounts tab, right? So this worked. So let's look at our accounts folder. So we have checking here. Okay, so let's try and update it to savings and update. Okay, this is updated fine. So let's try to delete this. Okay, this is working fine. So let's add checking, savings, let's add another one here. We're gonna say credit card. Let's just add another one, business account. Okay, so this is working fine. So now we need to create our transaction screen, right? So let's go back to our text editor and open our terminal. Okay, so it's still in our views folder. So I just pressed up. Then here we're gonna say that. Okay, let's go back to our app folder, .py file. Here we're gonna say import that and views dot actions dot action. Okay, missing here some typos. So let's go to our home.kv and replace the screen here. Okay, let's get rid of our terminal. So I think we only need one. Let's get rid of Let's get rid of this. Don't think we want to need this. Okay, let me just rearrange this. Okay, so now let's open close this. We have our accounts open, so we need accounts.kv. Now we don't need the home, so let's open our transaction folder. Read transaction.kv and transaction file. So let's open accounts.kv and we're just gonna copy everything. Same way we did with when we copied the categories kv file. So let's go to our transactions.kv and paste everything here. So this is going to be transactions. This is going to be search and list. So now we need to work on this part. So let's navigate to our assets folder, images. We have our transactions.png. So here we have ID, date, account. Okay, so we have all these, right? We need to put these, and we also need to add an import button. So let's go back to our transaction.kv. And we need to get rid of this account. No longer need it. Okay, let's copy this button and paste it here. So for now, we're just gonna get rid of this first. Gonna make use of it when we're implementing the import button. For this one, I think we should say download. Okay, then this one I'm gonna say import. And now we need to let's look at our image again. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need to paste it 7 times. Let's copy this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Then you're gonna say date. This is going to be account, so this is gonna remain the same. So and this one is going to be category, type, recipient, and this one is going to be amount, and I believe this one should be method. Yeah, method. So let's run this and see if it's looking okay. Okay, transactions is looking okay. So let's maximize this. We might need to maximize this so that we can see the data a little bit better. Okay, not bad. Let's go back to our text editor. So we need to get rid of this, and we're just going to focus on the transaction.py. So let's go to our accounts.py and we're going to copy everything. Let's first copy this. Okay. Then copy everything else from here. So let's import this. Excuse me. Okay, for this and this. So we need to create a transactions tab and transactions model. So let's go to our tables.py. So let's copy it here. So this was count, and this one was this is going to be transaction. Okay, so so this one is going to be date. It's going to be account. Is going to be category. Is going to be type. Is going to be recipient, amount, method. I think we should add some notes here. So this is going to be notes, but then these notes are not going to be displayed unless you click on the transaction tab and the model opens up. That's when you're gonna see the notes. So for now, we're not gonna see the notes. Okay, so let's go back up here. Let's copy everything from here. So this is going to be that, and Control D, Control C. Okay, paste this right here. So let's copy this. So the first one was ID, then date, then account, category, type. Look at our image, recipient, amount, and method. Okay. Excuse me. So our transaction tab is it's done. I believe it's done. So let's go back to our transactions.py. So after we've finished working on our transactions.py, right, that's when we can be sure that our transaction tab is working okay. So okay, control this, D this, so this is going to be transaction tab. Okay, for this, so let's see here. So this was date, amount, category, type, recipient, amount, method. So did you leave anything out? Okay, and no notes. Let's see. Okay, I need to import this. So let's control D this one. So this one is going to be add transactions. This one is going to be update transactions. This one is going to be delete transactions. Okay, this is going to be yet transactions. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be on transactions. This one is going to be transactions list. So this one is going to be date. This one is going to be count, T, body, type, recipient, amount, method, and this is going to be notes. And it's going to be delete transaction. And it's going to be delete transaction callback. Okay. This one is going to be add transaction. This is going to be a transaction callback. So this is going to be update transaction. This is going to be update transaction callback. Okay. Let's try to run this. Okay, we have 4 accounts. Says okay, we didn't get any error, so our transaction tab must be working properly. So let's work on our transaction model. Okay, so if you navigate to our models.py, right, let's copy everything from here to here. So this is going to be transaction. So transaction model. Transaction model. So if we go here, scroll down here, this is going to be date. So we have transaction add here. Okay, we don't have it in our images, so let's get rid of transaction.png. Okay, so here let's put an MD label, because what I'm thinking is we don't have to enter the date manually, because KivyMD already has a date widget. So let's try to make use of that one. So here I'm just gonna put an MD label. Then I'm gonna give you an ID of date. Font style is going to be label. Row is going to be small. Okay, so we need to get rid of this text field here. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna put an MD icon, but we're gonna put it inside a float layout. So we're gonna say size int x. We're gonna set it to none, and our width is going to be self.height. Then here we're gonna say MD icon button. Our icon is going to be a calendar. Theme text. Color, we're gonna set it to custom. And our text color going to be AD8A8C. Then we're gonna say on press going to be root dot show 8 picker. So we haven't created this function yet, but we're gonna create it once we finish working on the KV styling. So underneath this one, we're gonna put a box layout. right? So if we look at our, let's open this. So we have a date, so we have account. So I think this one we're gonna make use of the drop down, custom drop down we created earlier. Then we're gonna make use of this custom drop down here and here also, and on this one. Okay, there are a lot of drop downs. But anyways, let me copy this. Open to here and paste it here. So this here is going to be account. The ID here is going to be account. Need to get rid of this, and we're gonna say text. So our text is going to be select bank account type dot. And close this. And this one is going to be our custom drop down. So we're not gonna add values here. We're gonna add values in the using a KV code. So it's gonna fetch the values from database, then it's going to populate this drop down using the id.account. So we need to copy this, paste it underneath there. Just paste it 4 times. Okay, so here calendar account. So this one needs to be category. Sorry. And this one is going to be select category. Here we just say transaction. So it's going to be select transaction category. The next one was type, if I'm not mistaken. So this one is going to be type select so it's going to be select transaction type. So here we're gonna say values. So the first one is going to be expense, and the other one is going to be income. So now we going to the next one. Here it's going to be recipient. Here is going to be text field. Recipient. Multi-line. Going to be post and int text. I'm gonna say, let's just say who is receiving the funds. You have something to better put here, you just gotta put it, because I'm not even down with this one myself, but anyways, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Next to recipient, what did we have? Amount and method. Okay, this was the recipient amount, then method. Okay, so let's copy this. Paste it one more time. So this was amount. This is supposed to be a text field. Multi-line. Going to be false. Input filter. Since we're gonna be recording amount, so we're just gonna set it to float. Then in text, let's just say amount transacted. So this one is going to be method. So here we're gonna say select payment method. Here we're gonna say values. So the first one we're just gonna say cash, right? The second one we're gonna say bank transfer. Third one I'm gonna say debit card, and the last one we're just gonna say credit card. So if you want to put cash up there, just feel free, you can just put cash up there. Then we need to add notes, so let's copy this. But notes, we can have a lot of notes, so we need to up the height from 30. Let's put it at 90. Then what we can do is put a box layout. Then we're gonna put this size index inside that box layout, and we're gonna give it some orientation of vertical. Let's see. So we need to take this inside, then we're gonna put an empty box layout underneath this MD label. So this one is going to be text field, and when I have an ID of notes, so we need to get rid of these two and put int text of so this is going to be transaction notes. Then here we're gonna say optional. Okay, so now we need to work on this part. Okay, so let's just copy this. So this one is going to be transaction model. So here we're gonna say, so this is going to be on date. So when the date variable is disturbed, just gonna, this one is going to be update transaction. So let's go back here. Okay, so this one is going to be add transaction. Okay, so let's just copy this from here and paste it underneath here. So let's go to our tables.py, right? I'm just gonna copy this and let's go back to our models.py. I think we're gonna need our user ID. So let's just say user ID, go to this, put a numeric property. Let's just give it, so let's just put a 0 as a placeholder. So the first one is date, the second one is count, then category, and this one is going to be type, this one is going to be recipient, one is going to be amount, name, this one is name, this will be our tables, so this one should be method. Let's look at our transaction.py. Okay, so this is fine over here. Okay, method, and notes 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, let's get rid of these. Okay, so now we need to create our, what did we call it? Okay, here, show date picker function. So let's just create it up here. Fine. So you're gonna say date picker is equals to MD model date picker. Okay, so if you do Control D, right? So this is going to be from kivy.ux.pickers import MD model date picker. Okay. Here we're gonna say date picker dot line. We're gonna say on okay equals to self dot on underscore date underscore okay. So we're gonna copy this and paste it down here. So this is going to be on cancel, and this one is going to be on date cancel. Then you're gonna say date picker dot open. Now we're gonna say define on date okay. So it's gonna take self, then instance underscore date underscore picker. So here we're gonna say self dot das dot date dot text, going to be string of instance dot date picker dot get underscore date function and index 0. Then we're gonna say instance dot date picker dot dismiss. And now we're gonna say define on date cancel. We're gonna say comma instance underscore date underscore picker. We're gonna say let's just copy this line over here. Okay, so this function should when we select OK, we're gonna select the term that we've selected, but when we say cancel, so it's supposed to close the mdemo.datepicker widget, right? So let's just run this. Let's go back to our transactions.py and change this to transaction model. Okay, so we import this. So let's run this, see if everything is working out. Okay, transactions, add new. Okay, so we can see our icon here. Okay, so it's appearing down here because we didn't give this a position here. So let's just press it. Okay, so here is our date widget, right? So if we press OK, now our date is set to 5 February 2025. Okay, so let's go back to our text editor and let's go to our models.py. We need to give this icon a position hint. So date color. Okay, so here we're gonna say pause hint. This is going to be center x, which is going to be 0.5. Then center y, we're gonna set it to 0.5 also. Okay, so let's go back down. So now we need to make sure that we get our categories and our accounts from the database. So that's what we're gonna work on now. Need to add a function here. Here we're gonna say define underscore need here we're gonna say keyword argument, right? So star pw args, and we're gonna say super okay, and here we're gonna say self dot let's just go back to our transactions.py file, right? We need to copy this. Let's just copy it from here. Let's go back to our models.py and get rid of this file. So we've imported this one, we've copied it into our transaction.model, right? So that when we populate this user ID, right, then we're going to use this user ID to get our accounts and our categories. So now let's work on getting our categories and our accounts. So here we're going to say define show accounts. It's going to be self, right? Okay, let's scroll up here. Let's go back to our transactions. So we need to copy this. Okay, when I need these, so let's just paste them at the top like that. Okay, so let's import this. Okay, let's import this. So now we're gonna say select star from show account. So this is going to be accounts where user ID is equals to so this is going to be okay. So since our user ID is a numeric property, right? So this is going to be turned into a string. So we're gonna say self dot user ID right here, and then we're gonna say so let's just say Control Z and leave it the way it was. Okay, so we're just gonna leave it like this, right? This one we need to say self dot ideas dot category dot yes dot spinner dot values is equals to we need to create an empty string and call it spinner values. So let's put it here. So this is going to be an empty list, right? So what we're gonna do is we need to append whichever account we get to our spinner values, right? So here, I don't need to close it because we're always closing after this finally. So we need to get rid of this. So yeah, let's say we're showing show account, so I'm gonna say account underscore equals to x index 2, if I'm not mistaken, right? So then here we're gonna say inner values dot and the account. This need to shift tab this one. Just create some space so that everything looks okay. Let's move this one and let's move it inside here. Let me just Control Z. Okay, so let's copy this and paste it here. We're gonna say self dot. So this is show account. So I'm just gonna run this and see if this works. Okay, problem into X. Count. So date picker position int. Count. It is not attribute. Let me just try this and see if we get okay. It's no attribute yet. Okay, so let's try something. Let's get rid of this spinner and ideas. I hope this works. Account. Okay. Now what seems to be the problem? Self.its.category. Okay, let's try something else. Let's get rid of this and this. Let's shift tab this. I want to see something. If this works, we're just gonna leave it like this for now, then we're gonna come back to it later. Okay. So the ideas dot winner. Because if you open up buttons.py, right? So we give this custom drop down this ID, an ID, right? So inside this ID and this spinner, oh, I see, we need to give this spinner an ID. So this is going to have an ID of spinner, right? So let's go back to our models and it's gonna control this Okay, now we're gonna say dot ds dot spinner. Now this should work. What? Okay. Okay, let's run this. I need to check something before I try to mess up the code somehow. Okay, so let's open our transaction screen and add new, right? So yeah, it's not working, right? Okay, I see where the problem was. So we need to fix account and category. So we need to fix their IDs. Right? So let's go back to our text editor and let's go up here. Okay, so this is date. Okay, fine. Account, it's account. Category, it's category. Okay, let's go back to our models down here. Okay, so this one needs to be out, right? So I'm definitely sure some of you will be screaming through the screens like, bruh, you really messed up a little bit of something. But anyways, let's just continue with the tutorial. So let me just copy this here and paste it down here. So this one is going to be categories, and this one is going to be categories. Okay, category underscore, this is going to be category. So, and now we need to call this self dot. Okay, so let's run this. Count. Okay. Okay. So I put this dot transfer notes. We need to work on these notes. We need to make it like 30 display pixels. Give it a height of 30 display pixels so that it moves upwards and becomes excuse me, and it comes in line with this text over here. So let's text okay, 5. So we didn't put the a transaction code yet. We haven't updated it to work for the transactions window. We're gonna do that after we fix this notes part. Then we should be able to add date and whatever we have in our transaction database. So let's go back to excuse me, to our models.py. So we are not so here, okay, size int y, we're gonna set it to none, and we're gonna give this a height of 30 display pixels. Okay, so this is looking okay. So now I believe we can close the models.py, and let's just keep it open until we finish it with the transaction.py file. Okay, here Yes. So first we have date. Okay. This is going to be date, and this is going to be the account to be a category. Is going to be type. Recipient, amount, method, and notes. Okay. Down here, excuse me. So let's paste this P45. Okay. So the first one was 8, and the second one, we scroll up here so I can see what I'm doing. Count, and this is category. The next one is after account category. We have type, then recipient, then we have amount, then method, then notes. So we need to get this last one here. So we have somewhere we're using drop down, right? So what we need to do is, let's say we're selecting method, right? We need to say dot ideas dot spinner, right? So let me copy this. Okay, so we use type as a drop down. Also need to put it here, same with category and account. So date, okay, we use the date widget for that one. Recipient, we're just gonna type in the name. Amount, we need to enter it manually, and notes, so we have 4 drop downs. Okay, in here, so here we're gonna say date equals to nothing. You'll see this. Okay, for account. So okay, fine, let's just put this for now, then we're just gonna solve it later. In a category, type, or recipient, or amount, or method. So we say the notes is optional, so we're not gonna put notes here because it's optional. Okay, so if date is empty, if recipient is empty, and amount, so method we need to, okay, let's make our screen bigger. So let's go to models. So if method is equals to transactions.py, so let's paste it here. Then amount is empty, recipient. So now we need a type. So let's go to category. then count. Yeah. Okay, okay, fine. This one is, so let's put a comma and now copy this. I'm gonna paste it. So the first one was date. Okay, date is fine. So this one is going to be count, category, type, recipient, amount, method, and notes. Okay. So this is going to excuse me, this is going to be date. This is going to be account. This is going to be category. This is going to be type. This is going to be recipient. This is going to be amount. This is going to be method. And this is going to be notes. Okay, so let's get rid of these three. What do we need to do here? We're just gonna copy these in a transaction callback here. We're gonna paste them underneath this ID. Control D, Control C, this one. So let's say Control D, then paste it here. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, with this comma. So let's copy this. And we're gonna paste it right after this ID. So let's just copy everything up to here. Then we're gonna paste it here. Okay. So this one's going to be 32 transactions, user ID. This is going to be 8. Count, category, type, recipient, amount, method, notes. So So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Self-producer ID. So this one is 8. Count. Category. Type. Recipient. Amount. Method. Notes. Okay, so this should be able to add our transactions. So let's just test it out. Okay, add new account from let's just say credit card. Category, good, type, and recipient. Let's say, okay, let's just say Whole Foods. Amount, let's just say 80. Okay, let's go to our models. Let's look for amount. Input filter, we set it to float, right? We need to get rid of this text here. Okay, transactions. Okay, account, savings. Amount is just 80. Just leave it a bank transfer. Okay. Date. Let's see. Okay, ID date. Transactions to buy. So instance.id text. Okay, so let's run this. So what I'm assuming is we added the information correctly, right? But when we try to send back when we call the get transaction function, right, we hadn't updated the one we copied from our accounts.py file, right? So that's where the error was popping up. That's where we're getting the date error being thrown at us, because it didn't have the date when we wanted it to fetch from. So let's try adding data here. Okay, so date, let's just say 5 Feb. Account, let's just say credit card. Category, good. Transaction type, payments. Recipient, let's just say Woolworths. Amount 80. Payment method, credit card. Let's just leave the note of empty because it's optional. Okay, yes. Okay, so now we have added our information here. So we can let's first see if we can edit. Let's say finish the editing part of this transaction tab. Then we can check if we can delete stuff. Okay, so let's go back to our text editor. So okay, and now here we are with the date, right? So you're gonna set date transaction set. So you're gonna say date. So let's go to this. Okay. So this one is date. Here we're gonna say amount, category is going to be type, recipient, amount, so this is going to be method, and this is going to be notes where IDs go. Okay, this is looking okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna copy this. Then paste it here. Then I'm just gonna control this, control D this one. So they should fix this. So let's run this. Okay, so our expenses tab on our overview updated itself. So let's go back to transactions. Click this. Let's put 53 here. Where ID goes. Okay, so when we copied our information from the add transaction function, we didn't add ID here, so ID is going to be instance dot ID. Okay, so this should fix it. So let's run this. Okay, so let's Let's change this to 40. Date of relation transactions does not exist. Okay, so if we look at our x.py file, right? So there's this there's a few lines of code we added, right? So I'm gonna upload the updated version of this x.py file, right? So what we did is we changed the name from date to datex. So if you go to our transactions, right, here, so this is going to be datex. So let's rerun this and see if that's the issue we're facing here. Okay, transactions. Let me add a 0 here. Okay, so we've updated successfully. Let's check our overview. Okay, this is updated. So let's check if our delete function is working. Okay, so our delete function is working well. So I believe we're done with the transaction screen. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create the settings screen. And when I'm done with that, come back to the transaction screen. Then I'm gonna start working on imports and the rest of the application. So let's go to terminal, right? Let me just pull this up. I'm just gonna press up and get rid of transactions. Yeah, call it setting or settings, because I think settings is gonna give us a problem. Okay. Let's open our indeed.py. So here we're gonna say import setting use dot setting dot settings. Let's close this. Let's open our home.kv. Let's get rid of this and we'll say setting excuse me. Then let's open account kv. Let's just copy this part. And we're gonna close it. Okay, so let's get rid of terminal. Let's open a setting dot the setting.kv file. Let me just paste this here. So let me get rid of this. This models. I'm gonna need this. I need this buttons. So let's see. Okay, so let's open our setting.py. Right. Let's go to our assets folder. So we're not gonna need this accounts.py. So let me close it, then minimize this, minimize overview, minimize transactions. We're not gonna need it. Minimize widgets. So okay, in our assets, let's open our image. Okay, settings.png. So this is what we're trying to recreate, right? Okay. So upload the avatar, connect, and subscribe. But what I'm gonna do for now is I'm just gonna, let's say if you press this button, you're just gonna get an error message, this and this. Then we're gonna work on these later. So for now, let's open our settings.py and user is equals to string property, then avatar is equals to string property also. Then on enter here we would say session, let's call file is equals to session.json. Then we're going to say with open session file so we're going to read from this. Then as file, then we're going to say session is equals to JSON. Let's import this. So this is going to be JSON.load file. Then we're going to say self.user equals to session.get username. And we're going to say self.avatar equals to f assets images. Then here we should say session.get username dot png. We did I make an error here? I think here we should put one single one, I see. Okay. And you're gonna say define change avatar. So you're gonna say change avatar is equals to morning pop-up change avatar dot title equals to say oops, feature not yet implemented. Then we're gonna say change avatar dot open. So let's copy this, paste it 2 more times. This one is just say let's look at our image, connect, then subscribe. So this one is going to be connect, and this one is going to be subscribe. Okay, so let's close this. Now let's work on our settings.kv. So inside this box layout, right, I'm gonna put an MD label. And let's give it size int y of none, and the height we're gonna set it to 30 display pixels. We're gonna set the text to settings, font style. We're gonna set it to title. Yeah, title is fine. Title raw going to be medium, bold going to be true. Underneath this label, we're gonna put a box layout. I'm gonna give it some spacing of 10 display pixels. Inside this box layout, I'm gonna put 2 box layouts. Create another space here. Inside the first box layout, I'm gonna give this a size index. I'm gonna set it to none, and the width we're gonna set it to, let's say, 280 display pixels. 250. Let's say 250 display pixels. We're gonna give this some padding of 10 display pixels and spacing of 10 display pixels. Let's give this some orientation of vertical. So here, let's put a label. Let's copy this and we're gonna tape this inside. This is going to be profile, and this, let's say, label. And let's look at our image. Okay, so this is a grayish color, right? So at the bottom, I'm gonna say color, and we're gonna say AD, 8A, 8C. So we've been using this grayish color throughout the tutorial. Okay, underneath here, let's look at our image. That's where we're gonna put an avatar. Okay. So here we're gonna say box layout, and we're gonna say size and Y. We're gonna set it to none, and our height, we're gonna set it to self.width. Let's give this heading, let's say 20 display pixels. And inside this box layout, we're gonna add a box layout. Then we're gonna say, let me just copy from the top here. This should be self.height of.height, so that it's gonna be a circle. Then here I'm gonna say source is going to be root dot avatar. So here we're gonna put an MD label. Let me just copy some of So our height here, let's reduce it to 20. Text, let's say root dot user. Here we're gonna say more. I think we should align this to the same. Let's look at our settings. PNG. Okay, yeah. So we have a username here. Excuse me. So we have a username here and it's aligned to the center. So let's just say h align center. Okay. Underneath here we'll say box layout. And I'll give this size int of 35, size int for y, and I'm gonna give this a height of 35 display pixels. And inside here we're gonna put a custom button. We're gonna what's the plan here? Let's say okay, let's give it an icon. Icon is going to be load dash outline. Text is going to be upload new avatar. Excuse me. Then we're gonna say size and score x. We're gonna set it to none. And our width, we're gonna set it to 170 display pixels. Then on place we're gonna say root dot change avatar. Okay. Okay, let's put an empty box layout here. Let's run this for now. See if it looks okay. Okay, we have an error. Okay, let's open need.py. Settings. This should be vertical, right? Okay, we need to check these inside. Okay, let's run this again. Okay. I think we should have put another empty box layout on the right side so that the button will be at the center. Then we'll put an empty box layout underneath everything so that everything will be pushed upwards. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna put a box layout. You would say layout. So let me copy this. Okay. Here I'm gonna say size int x. Let's look at our image real quick. So we seem to have a faint grayish line here. Okay, let's go back to our setting, like AV. Say none, then our width, and I set it to 1 display pixels. Let's go up here, copy this, wait. Okay. So here's AC. It's also, and we're just gonna make this a rectangle. Okay, this is some space for us here. Okay, so in the last box layout, I put an orientation, and we're gonna set it to vertical. Then we're gonna give this some padding of 10 display pixels and spacing 10 display pixels. Inside this box layout, we're gonna put an MD label. Okay, so let me copy the profile one. Settings, profile, page one. So this one is going to be, let's look at our image. This one is going to be connectivity. And underneath this MD label, I'm gonna put a box layout. Then let's look at our image. So we're gonna put a box layout, right? This one is gonna contain this label, and this button. So after we're done with this one, we're just gonna duplicate it in this label, and this button also. So you're gonna say size and y. I'm gonna set it to none. Height. I'm gonna set it to 35 display pixels. I'm gonna give this some spacing of 10 display pixels. Inside this box layout, we're gonna put an MD label. I'm gonna say size in X, say to none. I set it to 170 display pixels. Text is going to be bank account. Okay. Okay, taking on small caps. Font style is going to be label or so let's make it small and bold, set it to true. Let's just copy this. So let's get rid of this size effects and this bold true. Let's look at our image. I say there's no bank account connected. Okay. Alright. Okay. Then we should have a button at the end. Okay. Custom button. Let's do this. Set it to 120. Too small, we can adjust it. Icon or icons. Let's look at our image. Yeah, that's a link. This I say link text connect. And now on press to be dot connect. So let's copy this. Okay, the second one is subscription. Just go to settings. So this is going to be subscribe. Let's make this one C caps. Okay, so this one is subscription. Here we're gonna say you haven't subscribed gain no features. Okay, to gain access to all features. To all features. Let's look at our image. Okay, let's run this. Just need to put an empty box layout underneath so that we push everything upwards. Okay, seems to be the Ishmael. You haven't This gray color is, let's just make it maybe F1, F1, F1. Then we're gonna make this this box layout a little bit. Yeah, it's too big. Just gonna reduce the size, the width. Okay, oops, feature node. Yeah, I need to put it. Okay. Okay. Let's click here. Where did you put the line? One F1. $250 here. Let's say 2. The padding here, let's reduce it to 17. And let's go to our settings. Try. This is yet. Okay. Okay, so our output is looking much better. Our line is much better, and we fixed the oops feature not yet implemented statement. Okay, so now we can close.